Hello everyone, welcome to this new match of TACT21 tournament. Today I have the pleasure of having Bear, not Beer, sorry, my bad. Bear with a capital B with me as co-host. Bear, please say hi to the viewers.
Hi to the viewers, thank you for having me, Deliberator.
My pleasure, mate. Of course, what we are having today is Eclipse Task Force that are on the left screen, that they are lining up on the right range right as we are speaking, and 64th Aggressors, who are the host of this magnificent tournament that we all are happy to enjoy and being here, and that is uniting us, of all of us together here. 64th Aggressors. So of course, I assume that you all know what we are doing now. We are in the elimination stage. We are not in the group stage. That means that the one who loses this fight gets eliminated from the tournament until we get a single winner that shall be decided next week on the tournament for next week. So first, let's go and present both teams for all you viewers who doesn't know who ETF and 64th Squadron are. So let's start with ETF, the ones on the left side. ETF are international squadron who are formed mostly from US, Europe, Pakistan and Australia pilots. Their team has been created on February 2020, so they are quite new compared to other squadrons. And they have experience of the CETAL 2020 Diamond League, 2020 Gold League and 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒. Of course, what they love of these kind of competitions is the training and putting to work to achieve a common goal with each winning. So these guys really love to win, they really like to win. And they also love the thrill of competitive as there is nothing else in these years for them. Okay, so 64th Aggressors, we all know them, and these guys are mostly from Europe and US. The team has been formed in 2019 by X-Mans and Rage, who are the two leaders, if I could recall correctly, and Bear, please correct me anytime if I'm wrong, for 64th Aggressors. They have a huge experience in PvP. They've been fighting for 10 plus years, so that's a lot of experience, and many members are former CETAC and CETAL winners. Of course, these guys, what they love the most of these kind of competitions is the competitiveness. They love the environment, and they thrill before the fight zone and adapting to the different strategies employed by different teams. So of course, Bear, having you here with us, knowing that you are the captain of Green Reaper's competitive team, I know that you know more than one thing or two. So could you enlighten us as in what are your predictions on how is this fight going to go?
This fight can go any way. 64th and ETF are both very, very, very good, strong teams that have good 6v6 experience, and it could go either way. If the ST10s shine on the one side versus the F14 on the other side, who knows what's going to happen. This is going to be a great match. I'm very much looking forward to it because these sides are very closely matched.
Of course, I have less experience than you, and I know less of these teams, way less than you. I'm a newcomer to this world of competitive DCS, but of course, I've seen both ETF and 64 playing around in this tournament. Well, I'd say that ETF has the edge of being a very, very good team, very new. They are flying an airframe that not many people are used to fly, which is the 17, and they know how to bring the best out of that airframe. Of course, 64th Aggressors, they have the experience. They've been in this kind of format for many years. They know what they are doing. So as I was talking to you beforehand, I think that the main difference to decide who's going to win tonight's match is going to be if 64th Aggressors manage to destabilize the formation from 64th Aggressors. At least that's what I think how they are going to win if they manage to win.
it will be interesting to see what tactics the teams take up, whether they're going to go full on aggressive or play a bit of a cat and mouse game to see. But the first missile, the first death, that'll probably put one of the teams at a slight advantage, but both these teams have enough experience to come back even from a loss of 1 or 2 pilots, even 3 pilots. They would be able to come back. So it's going to be interesting to see the Jeff in play. It's going to be interesting to see the F-14s in play. As far as I see, the ETF have 2 JF-17s, 2 F-14s and 2 F-18s, where the 64th are flying with 3 F-16s, 1 F-14 with a human Rio, and 2 F-18s. That's got Rage and X-Man in the F-18s.
That's
going to.
Yeah, please go ahead.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see who fires first, who's going to take the chance, and whether it'll bring fruition to a result. Both teams in the lead up to this knockout, 64th played against One Trick Pony. They won that 2-0, but it was 3 rounds because one of the rounds was a draw. They then played 𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐓𝐂56, which they won 2-0, a good win for them. ETF also, their first match was against Alamo, which they won 2-0, and their second match was against Leading Edge. That was a 2-1, with Leading Edge making a shock win in that second round. Just noticed that they're reslotting one of their Jeffs. That's on the ETF side. There seems to be a problem with it.
Yeah, but not only him, since that also Riker has some kind of problems. Of course, we cleared both teams to taxi, and you know, sometimes some problems arise from both teams, and now is the moment to sort them out. When you are once in the air, of course, you are allowed to come back to your airbase to sort out any kind of issues whatsoever, but only if you do so after takeoff, not when you are inside the bubble. So first and foremost, Beer with a capital B, Penguin is saying hi to you in chat.
Hello, Penguin.
Mago, as I was told you before in chat, of course, today we have 4 matches in total running at the same. Let me just remember you guys which are the matches. We have being transmitted by Tricky Trickster, Finnish Task Force against SF Squadron. We have, of course, ETF's Eclipse Task Force against 64th Aggressors, now here with us. 104th Phoenix's VFBS against number 15 Battle Axis, emitted by Low Blow Twist TV. And of course we have Bravo against The Art of Warfare, emitted by Hera Mincy. So guys, you have a wide range of selection of transmission to watch. So guys, there's an option. If you want to, you can have as many windows as you can want and look at all of them all together as once. I mean, you could do that if you manage to to sort that much information at once. It's going to be a hectic night for sure, with all the fights going on at once. But the good part for you all guys is that we will be knowing who's moving towards the semi-final stage tonight, which brings us also to know next week we'll be having, if I recall correctly, semi-finals and final matches of this TACT21 first tournament that we have this year. So Jens,
we have Dizzy backtaxing on runway 22.
Perfect.
So we should be close to getting them to take off.
Perfect. That means, guys, that we'll be just waiting for a few 3 to 4 more minutes, and then we'll be going to start the first round. Sorry for the delays, guys. Sometimes problems arise, need to be sorted out, and better now than when guys are just flying.
We're missing 1 pilot still on ETF.
Yeah, Riker disconnected, and I assume that it was their 14 that it was on the back though.
Don't see him.
Yeah, I recall that ETF has had before problems with connectivity issues with 1 or 2 of their members. I hope that this doesn't strike them while they are fighting, you know, because for all you viewers who doesn't know, when you are airborne, if you all your airplanes disconnect mid fight, is counted as dead. So of course he cannot reconnect, and if you get disconnected just in between the match, is going to be a huge problem for you and your team. Okay, so let's do a checkup in the meantime, as in which are the rules of this tournament, shall we? First, all 6 flags, all teams has to enter the bubble. Let me just put the camera here for you guys. It's going to be easier to explain. So both teams take off from different airbase. 64th Aggressor will be taking off from A-Lane International, and ETF will be taking off from 𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐄𝐒 Island in the northern area. Of course, both teams has to enter the bubble in order to fight for the control of this area. This bubble is 90 miles diameter circumference, where they have to enter and they have to kill the other enemy entirely before moving towards capturing the enemy airbase. That means that 64, for example, has to enter the bubble, kill all ETF airplanes in the bubble, or take control of the bubble for more than 5 minutes if one ETF airframe fails to enter the bubble before they get killed, and afterwards they have to land on the enemy airbase. Same thing goes for ETF, that they have to do exactly the same thing. So of course I do remember Bear with capital B that we had an interesting chat about the minor details, and that I know that you are capable of knowing them and watching them. As in A-Lane, in this case, they are just aligned towards the bubble, whereas ETF in this first match, they have to make a left turn. And I remember that you were talking about those minor details and those differences in order to arrive on time for the bubble, wasn't it?
Correct. That is correct. Every second counts, and the more territory that you can push, it does depend on what strategy you take into the game. But if you need to make a turn, that can be costly in terms of seconds, and those seconds can work out in nautical miles. To get that advantage, to get in there first, especially if you want to try a pushing defense to try and keep them on the edge, you want to be the first person in the bubble. That is one of the tactics that is employed by a lot of teams. Other tactics, you can take it slowly. So, looking at the map, we have lots of flat land. Water is the flattest surface we have in this game. There are some mountains to the east that could be advantageous for certain teams. It'll be interesting to see which side they come in on.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've seen in other matches that because now we have ground clouds are implemented, many teams have been using the mountains in order to make those fox 3 come in and make them stupid, just going for the mountains, not using that much notch whenever possible.
Absolutely. It's the missile mechanics in the game are something that every pilot needs to learn and practice over and.
You there, mate?
I'm here. Comes check.
Okay. Yeah. 5 out of 5. I lost you for a sec.
Copy. What I was saying is the missile mechanics and notching techniques are something that you need to practice over and over again. Every pilot that flies competitive, once they're alive, needs to know how to missiles and take advantage of environment, take advantage of every possible thing that is available to them. Staying alive is the best way of winning.
Yeah, we've seen countless many times. I mean, 010 D3W is one of the best showcase that you have to be alive if you want to even have a proper fight. If you are dead very fast or just don't manage to defend correctly on time, then well, you are as good as dead. You are going to lose if you don't manage to put down enemy airplanes down to the ground, kill them off, and of course stay alive.
Absolutely. Just an update. One of the ETF pilots had a power failure. He is rejoining the server now. This is setting them back a little bit. Unfortunate. Obviously, we can't control power failures, but it's not nice to keep a team waiting on the runway for this long.
Yeah, of course, things happen, and of course we'll allow both teams just to rearm and get their field situation sorted out. So, of course, both teams start with the same field situation. Of course, just for all of you viewers who doesn't know, this fight is not only about killing and not be killed. You also have to take into account fuel economy, missile economy, and tactics. So, of course, that means that I don't know if you guys watch it.
Break. ETF already. 64th have asked standby.
Really? They're going to fight with just 5?
My guess is that they will spawn in the 6th player and run him bait. That would be my guess.
Okay.
I only see 5 of them.
Maybe.
Oh, very
Well,
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be this is not something we are used to see. Of course, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, of course, we don't have the Rio for the second 14, but the second 14 has already connected. So I'm pretty sure it's already taxiing towards the runway, isn't it?
I can't seem to find it. Looking.
Okay.
There is a lone. No, not that one.
No, it's not yet connected. We are still waiting for it. Okay.
I believe that 64th are rearming and refueling, so they've pulled a standby. They're waiting.
Yep.
ETF have called ready, so there we go.
There it is. The missing
What
member.
ETF have done is they've called in a reserve. This is a different player. Pata Urloch has connected to the server. I guess they're gonna run him. So instead of keeping 64th waiting, they're going to say, right, we're ready, we'll go, and he'll join us. 64th are ready.
Perfect. So
Would you like me to start them off?
Just please double check with ETF if they are all. Just double check with both teams they are ready to take off, just to be extra sure, because this situation is not normal. And if both teams are ready, we'll gear them off to take off on your countdown. And with these guys, we'll be starting round 1 finally. Just a sec, we are waiting for clearance from ETF to take off, and we'll start round 1. Okay, both teams are ready. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go! Round 1 is alive, guys. So I'm very interested to see how both teams are going to decide the answer in the bubble. We've seen tactics where all airframes came at once into the bubble. We've seen tactics where we had 2 airplane separations going in, as in 2 front, 2 middle, 2 backwards. But I'm very interested to see how 64th are going to deploy their airframes, knowing that they have only 1 14, 2 18s, and 3 16s. That's a very interesting formation for me.
It is an interesting formation. Flying asymmetrical aircraft is a challenging in itself, and I take my hat off to teams that succeed nicely with that. We with the different speeds, it makes supporting each other rather interesting. It's not impossible. Teams do it all the time. They're very good at it. We have one ship taken off already on the 64th side, followed by quite closely by a close 2 ship. TF have got.
Yeah, we have on ETFs everyone except their 14 Durmouse has taken off, and they are waiting for Beta 2 lock in the 17 also to take off. Whereas 64 squadron, they have already taken off everyone except their 14. We are seeing an interesting situation where Jaga is trailing to the left flank way more than I would expect. And we have from 64, we have a airplane formation on the front, followed by the 18 on X-Man and 16 from Tau Hermit, and 14 is just taking off from 64th side. So
we now have
Ojos.
an F-14 taxiing on ETF side. We have a Jeff that's holding taxi, and we have another F-14 on the runway. But there are 4 already. There's 7 aircraft. Was interesting.
Yeah, I assume that they are having problems with the connection that they told us before, as we knew beforehand. So I think they are just playing it safe, as in, okay, we are going to wait a sec to see if maybe Riker, I think it was Riker that had the problem, was it? With the connectivity?
Negative. I'm not 100% sure who disconnected. I think it could have been Riker, yes.
Could be him. In that case, okay, they were just waiting for him to come by. So in that regard, we are going to see what we expected, as in to have the 2 14s, 2 17s if I recall correctly, and 2 18s from ETF side.
Correct. Dormouse is taking off now in an F-14. Dormouse comes from USA.
Okay, thanks. Of course, we do have the team roster for 64th and ETF. There is some information that I know Bear with capital B knows better than me. So of course, after this first round, we'll be doing a better interaction of the team members that are composing both teams. So now
Absolutely.
So now what we have in the view, we have on the left flank, on the left camera, we have ETF who are going for 2 airplanes to the utmost right, 2 airframes to the utmost left, and I think they are going to bring the 2 14s just in the middle to cover both flanks, as I recall they were doing in their first rounds against Alamo Squadron. And in the case of 64, I mean, I'm very interested to see what Jaga is doing. I think he's going to try to go around the entire bubble and enter by the back area for ETF.
It is rather an interesting thing with one of the 64th pilots going off course like that. Definitely planned. This would be a strategy that they would have prepared for, and I guess it could be a distraction. It could be for an attack from the side. The current formation of the ETF team is a pincer. It could be wider.
Mm-hmm.
The two elements on ETF's left hand side are rather close to each other. They're very close. That's called a res cell. That would make it harder for the aircraft to differentiate between the two, to see how many there are, or to be able to lock.
Yeah.
The aircraft on the right are in a short trail.
That's it. Of course, we are seeing that the 14s, they are deciding to go 1 for each sector, not going to the middle, just going to cover the front, the airplanes in the front. They're just going like 20 miles trailing, 20 to 25 miles trailing from the front group. Okay guys, both teams are entering the bubble now, and Jaga has decided to come once again into the bubble directly. As it seems that Jaga is going to go for the water area that we have on the left, isn't it?
Correct. My guess is he's going to get up high. He's going to get up fast. Might see a long-range missile. Might just be tempting to shoot at him. He's passing through 35,000 now. He's got some speed behind him. I'm sure he's going to build up speed. He'll probably end up cranking across towards the right-hand side or side of the map.
Yeah.
The other 2 from ETF have taken off. One has chosen to go to the right to back up the right-hand group, and the other one to the left. So we're looking at a bit of a pincer maneuver from ETF with a delayed support from behind. That could be a good thing. looking at their speeds, they could be in a, well, they're still climbing, so we're not sure if they're making the most of the economy of their speed just yet. But they will be probably in a good position for some support at a stage if front groups back.
Yeah, I mean, I was just checking on Jaga because as you were saying perfectly fine, Jaga has decided to drop his wind tanks, so he just building his airspeed as we are talking. He's just going full burner. I think Jaga is going to try to do the chip shot, 40-mile shot, to try to take off Breeze in this situation as fast as possible to bring down the ETF numbers as soon as possible in order to establish a best position for them as we are starting the fight.
Yes, it looks like Jaeger is now sort of in a cranking towards the right. That would offset potentially any Phoenixes that are in the air. I'm sure they're aware of the fact that they are up. Some Tomcats, long-range 90-mile shots are still a possibility. Not common, but a possibility.
Yeah.
He's yeah. Some people have a problem with this maneuver. It's one that we actually employ ourselves, whereby we'll go wings first and build up speed, drop the wing tanks to get that maximum speed out, to impart that speed on the missile to potentially do some damage. He hasn't lost any speed in his crank, so he's keeping it up there. And I'm going to guess he will go on a bit of a conservative fuel run after he's done what he's up there.
Yeah, the thing is, I was expecting Jaga to now shot, even if they are 4 teams on the other side. We are seeing that both teams are going. Oh no, we have a 120 and Fox 3 just off the rails from Durmouse and Riker in the back. So it seems
that was a 68 mile.
So
we have the second missile in the air as well.
That's it. So we have from Durmouse and Riker. Okay, we also have. It seems that 64 is just concentrating on defending right now, as they are just preparing to defend against any finishes that come by off the rails. I mean, they are expecting this missile for sure.
Absolutely.
The 120 from Jaga off the rails towards left flank from ETF. We have also a 120 from Night Dog, if I recall correctly, towards Night Dog towards 64th lines. So far, it seems that it's not going to be a huge problem whatsoever for these missiles.
Yeah, it's that. Not even sure what that missile's tracking from. Taya.
Yeah, one Phoenix is still tracking though.
Fight. It could be off ball, and it might be. There's a reply from Nate Dog, his second missile that he's fired.
Yeah, but I mean,
Nate Dog missile crossing now.
That's it. Let's just ride with the missile because that one is going to be a bit closer by. This one has a quite build up of energy. Night Dot can be the first kill of the fight. He doesn't defend correctly. I mean, he has the energy.
Absolutely, he's diving. He is trying to get out of there.
Yeah, he managed to defend that one.
Got the notch.
Perfect. So of course we are seeing that of course 64th managed to defend those first finishes. They are just running out from those missiles. So in that regard, that's what we expected. They are outrunning the missiles.
Both those front Phoenixes as well as the 120 are out of gas.
Yep. So it seems like the 14s are the ones who are going to do the heavy lifting, at least in this first part of the match. It seems to me that both teams are waiting for those 14s to deploy all the weapons and then come back into the fight. At least that's what it looks for me.
It's well possible that is what is happening. The 14s are at the back for the ETF side. Another missile out there from
Riker. That's it. So it seems that he's going for X-Man this time, once again. Okay, we have ETF Breeze is just 16 miles out from X-Man. Seems like we are going to see our first exchange of 120s in close formation. Of course, we have Aspen trying to support Breeze, sending some 120s toward X-Man and Theo Hermit as far as I can see. And Durmouse is also sending out some Phoenixes towards 64 formation. Theo Hermit is responding to those missiles, sending 120 toward Nate Dogg right now. Yeah, and Jaga just on the back, chilling there. I'm surprised about that.
Yes, that's right. So it was Aspen that sent out probably TWS shots, and then potentially broke the lock on that. Are they tracking?
Yeah,
just the distances are not close enough for them to cause some damage. Oh,
yeah, that one was close for Nate Dogg, for sure. Okay, so far so
good. Lives another day.
Yep. So you're seeing that so far both teams are playing very defensively, which I like seeing. Because that means that they are going for the long run, and then we'll see if that fuel management, that's going to pay off or not.
Missile attrition on ETF side is kind of concerning. They're coming out strong and hard. They've fired a lot more missiles than 64th have. So 64th are just calmly taking their time, evading the missiles when needed, cold when needed, and ETF I would like to see them get closer to take a bit more chance. Here is an interesting one. This could end up causing problems. It's between
Rage and Nate Dogg. That's it.
And Nate Dogg. The distances are still just out of reach. Both pilots have turned cold. Nate Dogg is now in a notch and has line of sight the missile.
Perfect. Of course, we are seeing that, as you well said, 64th, they are being very reserved with the missiles. They are just making sure that they are just saving those precious missiles up to the next stage of the fight. Because I think this fight might even come down to just guns, if this comes as this is going to evolve.
Well, if you look at 64th, I see no wheels at the back there. He's in the 14 for 64th. I don't believe that he's fired a Phoenix yet, so he's sitting comfortably at the back there, and at a stage where if ETF happen to run low on missiles and they need to get a little bit aggressive, they're going to run into those. There, as we speak, first Phoenix bomb is off the rail.
That's it. Of course, we have also Aspen defending one of 120 that has come very close by, but he is managing to outrun the missile. That's very close by, but well, you know, just enemy depletion of the missile, that's the first step of any kind of defenses.
The layout of ETF all centered around bulls. They're all huddled in the middle. There's an interesting back and forth happening 64th side as well. There's good communication on both teams. I'm sure that they are well coordinated. The JF-17s obviously have fantastic data awareness. Those 3 big iPads that you sit behind when flying it make life interesting.
Well, who doesn't love his iPad, you know, nowadays?
Salo from
Rage and Durmouse and exchanging. Rage. That's it. 120 from Rage towards Durmouse, and Durmouse is sending a Phoenix towards Rage direction.
8 miles with Rage being cold.
Yeah, that Phoenix still has the energy. It's still 3.5. No, sorry.
Yes, right.
Wow.
And we have our first victim.
That's it. First victim, guys. We have also 1 Phoenix coming towards Sam. It's still with we got lots of energy here. That might hit. It's going to hit. Okay, we have 2 down from 64 side. We have DC sending an SD-10 towards X-Man trying to respond. We have 120 towards DC to put him into defensive position. And now DC just coming back, just raining cold. But now, whoa, 64th has just taken 2 losses in just a second. It was very fast seeing those 2 kills.
Those 2 kills did come rather quickly. We lost. Is it Rage? Rage went against the machine and lost. And is the other one Sam? Sam is no more.
Sam is no more for sure. So Sam and Rage from 64th Squadron has been taken down. That means that 64 has 216, 118 and just a single 14 to solve out the situation. So now we have 120 from X-Man trail towards Breeze. This is just a 10-mile shot and an SD10 from Breeze towards X-Man, while DC on the right side of the screen, he's just sending one more SD10 towards X-Man. So they are just trying to get X-Man out of the equation. No Will sending a finish towards DC. This one might be a very hard one to defend. That missile just came active. DC trying to defend that Phoenix. Trying to notch and manage to defend that missile.
That Phoenix was fired from an incredibly high altitude from No Wheels. Apologies, Jaeger. Sending a one on. Doesn't look like it's tracking anymore. It was on Nate Dogg.
Yeah.
It is tracking Nate Dogg. It is tracking Nate Dogg.
It is.
It missed.
It missed. But 120 from towards miss DC. DC is trying to defend. Oh, managed to defend that one. Perfect. One more finish on the left side from Riker. And he's just aiming towards Theo X-Man, it seems. X-Man sending a 120 towards Breeze on the left flank right now. Okay, we have lots of missiles incoming. We have a finish just trying to...
X-Man needs to get into the notch. X-Man definitely needs to get into that notch.
That's going to hit. Okay, that's a kill.
That was a kill.
That
but
was
that
a
wasn't
kill.
X-Man. It wasn't X-Man. Who was that?
It was Theo Hermit. That was the one.
Hermit back in his shell. Unfortunately, couldn't get that notch turned cold.
Yeah,
By
I mean...
Phoenix from behind. Nothing pretty about that.
120 from Nate Dogg from... All yours.
No Wheels. No Wheels.
No Wheels finished towards DC on the left flank, trying to push the left flank towards going cold. But we are seeing many missiles from ETF side just making the 64 members just going cold. Jaga just hanging out in the south. He's just out of the fight, the entire fight, and I'm very interested to know if it has really paid off. I mean, of course, we could... Oh, he's almost out of missiles. 120 from Jaga. He's now trying to come back to the fight, trying to help their teammates, trying to push Durmouse out of the fight. 120 finish from Durmouse towards Jaga, and now Jaga is defending as hard as he can to defend that Phoenix. ETF is pushing 64 towards the southern area of the bubble. They are really pushing hard these guys. Jaga managed to defend this Phoenix, and he's just still chilling out there on the back.
It's a 6v3, and ETF seem to be putting major pressure on 64th, pushing them down south. Still interested to see how many missiles they have left. An excellent defensive maneuver from Dormouse to evade that last missile fired by No Wheels.
Yeah. Nate Dogg with a 120 towards Jaga. He's just very high. 120 from Jaga towards Breeze, and Breeze an SD10 towards X-Man. And one more 120 from Nate Dogg towards Jaga. This is going to be a very hectic exchange of missiles for sure. This fight is coming down to be a very hectic one in the last moments. Aspen 120 towards Jaga if I see correctly. So Jaga is just out of missiles, as we can see right now. X-Man also only using 4 more 120s. And No Wheels is with only 2 Phoenixes and 2 9-mags. So they are in a very dire situation right now as we are talking. Okay, X-Man sending a 120 off the Gym Ball, trying to hit a Nate Ball, but it's not tracking at all. Okay, Aspen.
So that just starts going completely the wrong direction.
That's it. He tried to make that one count, but not at all. Okay, but we have a finish from Durmouse trying Jaga, and he's not going to survive this one. That's way too close, mate. That's it. One more guy taken down. So now we have no wheels and X-Man trying to survive. X-Man 120 towards Aspen. Aspen sends 120 back to X-Man, trying to retaliate him for his dareness to fight the back. Aspen trying to defend. Seems like he did manage to defend that missile. Okay, and now X-Man and no wheels, they are very far off the back. They are just trying to hold off the little terrain they have yet inside the bubble. X-Man is just outrunning the missile, just very close by. Just a formation flying with the missile. Okay, more 120 from Aspen toward X-Man. Let's just ride with the missile. This one is going to hit. X-Man is going to get that, and no wheels also one managed to defend a 1-9 Mike.
That's correct.
So we have
X-Man just...
all yours.
Please carry on.
Yes, we have both teams. They are just very close formation. Seems that they are trying to look for each other, but they are not managing to find each other in this merge situation that we have right now. So of course we have on the left, we have Riker. Let us ride with no wheels on the right screen to check how it is going on. On the left screen, we have an SD10 coming to him, and that's a kill.
That is a kill.
That is a kill.
5 remaining for ETF, taking out the entire 6-team ship of 54th. That is an interesting result. But as I said, either team can take this today. They're both extremely strong teams. What an interesting surprise, coming out so aggressive with an interesting tactic that just seemed to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And every now and then a missile went out. Looking at what missiles are left. I wish I had labels.
Do you know how to put them?
I turn them off because I don't use labels when I fly, so it doesn't want to come in. Apologize about that. I need labels.
Labels are just over the heading tape, just to the left, just two icons to the left.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. That would make life much easier. Now I know who's who, where they are.
Now I understand why you were struggling to understand who was who. And I understand.
Oh, I had to click on the pilot to see who it was, and then, yeah, with no labels, it was really difficult to.
It is for sure.
Now that we have, I apologize about that. Now that we have labels, we know. So Breeze, Riker, Nate Dogg, Aspen, and Dizzy all heading back to the enemy base. They don't return to their own base. They go to the enemy base to land, successfully win the round. We need to go through each aircraft and see what type of missiles they have left. Nate Dogg has 2 Sidewinder in his F-18. Riker is Winchester, maybe gun.
Riker sent, I know it was Breeze who sent it out, his 2 Fox 2 just right now, for the sake of just carrying less things.
Correct. Dizzy, she has 1 SD-10 and 2 Fox 2s.
That's it.
Breeze, he's already fired his missiles off, maybe he's low on fumes. And yeah, Nate Dogg with his 2 Fox 2s, so they did really well. I'm very happy for them.
We all know that ETF, even they are a very new team, they are bringing out the guns, they are giving out a very nice place for all the fight that they have been fighting all the time. So of course, I mean, even if they are the newcomers, they know what they are doing, and we've seen that they are fighting on the same level as 64 Squadron, who are a very experienced team so far.
Absolutely, both teams have got experience. 64th have obviously been around longer, and that will they have enough to bring it back in the second round and take this into a 3-match? Who knows? It's rather exciting. What an excellent first round from ETF. Well done to Breeze and Riker and the rest of the team.
That's a very good first round, guys. You really made it count. I mean, I'm very surprised that even if you were sending out that many missiles downrange from the start, you are pushing very hard 64th Squadron just from the start. I was really expecting ETF to run out of missiles, and they didn't. They just managed to press hard enough, but not too hard in order to run out of missiles. And that's something I'm very surprised to see.
I guess also one of the advantages of ETF having pushed so deep into the combat bubble or the combat zone is it makes that go to the enemy base a shorter flight and a quicker time. 64th will be regrouping and regathering themselves, trying to figure out what went wrong, what went right, what can they bring in the second round. I would not be surprised if the long wait in the beginning had an effect on their performance. That does tend to affect teams. It's happened to us before. Waiting an extra, particularly long time, it was 26 minutes or something like that, can have a psychological effect on the game. You're prepared to run it at a certain time, and then delays. Obviously, that's not that can't be helped, but that may have played an impact. But you can't fault a team for only losing one man, taking out 6, and
yeah,
they're coming into land now with Breeze in the front.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking all the time, I mean, guys, I love my formation landing. Come on, guys, ETF, I know you can do some formation landings for this end of the fight. I mean, just doing the overhead from landing pattern is very nice. We all know that. But come on, guys, some good formation landing to close the first round up is better than anything. Okay, I didn't know that the 17 F4 view was just on the top of the tail. I didn't recall that one. Now I know something new. Well, that's what you get when you don't own that module.
Deliberator, I missed the death on ETF. Can you tell me what happened there? The one ETF pilot, because there's one pilot now.
Well, Dormouse has disconnected just 2 minutes before Sam. I don't know what happened there, I'm afraid. I really don't know. No worries. Of course, we have seen that this first round has been very hectic, and of course, what happens when everything is going on at once, it's very hard to trail everything that is going on during the fight. Of course, for that thing, we will be analyzing the tag views after the fight is over. And of course, guys, for all of you who doesn't know, you need to have at least one airframe down in the ground, in control, in order to win the round. So this first round goes towards ETF. Congratulations, guys.
Absolutely well done.
So guys, what this means is that we are going to go to a brief pause. We'll be just waiting for ETF to land, get them sorted out, restart the server, and 64, as you well said, Bear with a capital B, will be seeing them regrouping, and they have the experience to come back from this situation and put a very good fight. I know they are capable of doing that, and I expect them to do so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this fight evolving into a 3-round fight, you know? I wouldn't be... Of
course. No rest for the weary. They, being such an experienced team, will know what to do and they will come out. But you can't take away from the fantastic performance that ETF put on there. If the chat is correct in the stream, they did not lose a single pilot to a missile. It was potentially a disconnect.
That's it.
What a fantastic round for that. But
so yeah, guys. So please continue.
64th will be talking. I apologize for overstepping. 64th will be talking to each other. They will know what to do and they will know how to come back from this. It is going to make a very, very interesting round to
watch for sure. So guys, we'll be going to a brief pause. We'll be back in less. I assume that we are going to be back in less than 5 minutes. This second round, everything is sorted out. We won't be having any kind of problem whatsoever for both teams. I'm pretty sure about that. So we'll be back in 5 minutes with the round 2 start. See you in just a few minutes, guys. Okay guys, so we are back. As I was just saying on chat, we had a few problems with Eagle Dynamic side of server side. It just had an hiccup and it's working perfectly fine, so we'll be continuing with the fight. We are just waiting for the server to be started up, teams to join, and we'll be back for the fight. So in the meantime, I'm together here with Bear with a capital B. I'm going to remember that one for sure. Together with Bear. And Bear, I want to know your impressions on this first round. What were your expectancies and how you develop, how you think it was going to go down?
You cannot take away a 6-kill win. The ETF came out pounding, very aggressive, lots of missiles in the air. Several missed, but the important ones made connection, and that definitely made a big difference to the outcome of the round. Very well done to ETF for that. What a great round. 64th, not 100% sure what went wrong. I still think potentially the small delay could have had an effect. The plan that they wanted to employ just didn't pay off correctly. Maybe they were expecting ETF to take off all at the same time, and the fact that they had delayed those 2 aircraft behind could have changed things or switched things up.
Yes,
but I have no doubt they're going to be talking. They've prepared. They're going to come back. They're going to come back strong. It's going to be a tough second round. Are ETF going to snatch it, or 64th going to come back and send us into a round 3 decider?
Yeah, for sure they will. I mean, we were talking beforehand. 64 has the experience to bat them off. But I saw on chat, I think it was 𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐄𝐒 who said that 64 Squadron has only 1 year experience, but that's not what they have told us. As in, they have a 10-year experience. Of course, I assume that not all team members are used to fight together. That's quite normal. But all in all, I expect that they are going to have a very good comeback. I'm pretty sure of it, by the way.
Yeah, Eka Jones says he calls BS on the bit in the beginning about making 64th wait. Yes and no. There were disconnects, power failures, and things like that. I do agree with you in the sense of it's not fair on a team to keep them waiting. In other tournaments, there's a 20-minute timer, which can be cut short. That makes a difference, and if you disconnect before the 20 minutes, the team can take off and have that advantage to not be left behind. It's but I don't believe that it was done on purpose. It just very unfortunate that had to happen much.
Yeah, so far we've seen that all teams partaking in this competition, they are going with the goodwill of a good fight. And I remember I flown as a mercenary for Alamo against ETF fight, because they needed one, and they decided to hop in and help them out. And I do remember they had the exact same problems with the connectivity with electricity from one of the guys. So it seems that this is a recurring thing for for one of their teammates. It's a big pity, and well, of course, this is the first iteration of TACT21 tournament. Everything has to be polished, as in everything will be evolving as time goes by. But so far we are having a very nice competition, and I'm very happy to see what 64 Squadron, Aggressor Squadron are achieving so far. With just making all the teams together with just a very, very, very nice competition that we are having right now.
Yeah, even though TACT is new and this is the first iteration of TACT, Rage and X-Man are no strangers to the competitive front. They actually are the founders of Seccond.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yes, so this is not their first competition that they've run, first TACT that they've run on that, but having taken a break from it, I don't know the story behind it, but they definitely do have things, and what a fantastic tournament that they have put out there. DCS does DCS things. Players all around the world do have problems with connections. We've got people in Iran and the UK and the USA and Germany, as well as people in Sweden and UK and Slovenia and Belgium/France for the team. So it's the nature of the beast. I hope that there are no problems in this round. They seem to be taking slots, which means I should be getting into the server.
Yep, and ETF says that they are ready to taxi, so 164 squadron. Okay, they are just confirming. So please clear them to taxi whenever you want.
Letting you know.
Oh, you are still joining the server. Okay, I'll clear them, no worries. Okay, so while we wait for both teams just to taxi and get everything sorted out, let us check what we have in airplane formation, shall we? So, what we have...
I'm on the ETF side.
Yes, please.
We have pretty much the same lineup of 2 F-18s flown by Aspen and Nate Dog. That's followed by 2 14s from Dormouse and Riker, and we have JF-17s flown by Breeze and Dizzy.
Okay, so can we double check what we have on 64 side? I would be very surprised if they run exactly the same formation though.
Absolutely. So we have the same formation as the first run. We have the same aircraft loadout as the first time. 2 F-18s flown by Rage and X-Man, followed by 3 F-16s, No Wheels, Sam and Tab, and my apology, No Wheels is in an F-14, the third F-16 Jaeger.
Perfect. So guys, we are getting both teams just taxiing towards their assigned airbase. This time, of course, they have switch sides, which means that we are going to have now we are going to have ETF starting from the red airbase, which is on the south and on over A lane, and now we are going to have 64th Squadron taking off from 𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐄𝐒 Island, or as a blue side on the northern side. So of course, this decision of switching sides is made in order to level out the field, because we all know, I'm going to show you on the right screen right now guys, that of course the battle area, battle bubble that we have is very asymmetrical. You can see that we have water in the eastern side, while we have mountains over the western side. Of course, because we all want to have a level fight, this way of switching sides each round is a good decision in order to make sure that all teams are capable of having the exact same opportunities for the fight. So
yes, that's correct.
Audio, sorry.
It's correct. There's a back taxi for the 4th. They back taxi on the runway to get into position. They've decided to choose runway 23, which will make them a left-hand turn to enter Bullseye. Bullseye is centered around the combat zone for both teams, and an interesting mechanic of having the waypoints marking edge of the combat zone shown in yellow. What a pleasure it is to have the labels. This is going to make my life much easier. Don't have to try and click on little missiles and figure out what they are, and then click on the aircraft to figure out who fired the thing. The labels make a difference. We should always fly with labels. From now on, I'm flying with labels.
Yeah, I think we all need labels in any combat, you know. So that way we all know who we are taking down. That would be a very interesting thing to see. So that way, if you have any kind of enemy whatsoever in the enemy team, you can say, okay, mate, I'm just going to kill you off and no one else.
Exactly.
Okay guys, so we have on the left screen, we have ETF line up over the runway. We are just waiting for 64th Squadron to finish up doing the, correct me if I'm wrong, trail back? No, what was the correct word for that?
Back taxi? They're back taxiing on a runway?
The backtrack.
back taxi.
Back taxi,
So-
that's it?
Yeah, back taxi.
Okay, I thought it was backtracking. Good to know. So guys, we are just waiting for 64 to get sorted out over the runway, and then we'll be starting round 2. We've seen that this first round was a hectic fight. Not in the start. The start was very mild. It was very controlled, very calm initial fight, but everything came down when ETF managed to take down in just a few moments 2 members of 64 squadron, and up from that moment everything came down very fast for 64 on the fight what we had. So I do expect this round to go more or less the same, in the sense of we are seeing that both teams are carrying exactly the same loadouts, exactly the same airplane formation. They are going exactly for the same thing. So unless 64 decides to change up their tactics like heavily, I expect this to go exactly the same as they did before this first round.
Yeah, they 64th have the experience to come back. It's gonna be down to who gets the first kill that can throw off the balance of harmony of the team. They seem to be 64th seem to be sorting out themselves on the runway, with a 16 in front, followed by the 14, an 18 and a 16, and another 18 and 16. It's the asymmetric wingman pairs make life interesting.
Yep, for sure it does. As we were talking in the first round, of course, it's not as if it is a big problem to have a different formation for a pair, but of course, it's an interesting decision. We've seen that 16s are very capable in the sense of defending and being offensive. 18s, because they are carrying what I usually call spam ram, as in just carry a hell lot of missiles. Then, of course, they have the missile economy to be able to spend as many missiles as possible in the start of the fight, and more so after, when everything is going to develop and such. And of course the 14s are being used usually to be in the rear, at least in the start of the fight, to send off those first phoenixes that can take down any pilot who is not prepared to defend them while they are coming. Afterwards, we see all yours.
64th appear to be rearming on the runway this time. They certainly don't want to run into any problems like they had last time. So that was a sensible move, a good move.
For sure it was. And ETF is ready. So guys, we are almost ready to start round 2. I am very interested to see how this one is going to develop. I want to see if 64 is going to go for the exact same tactic. I mean, as far as I recall, 64 has gone all the fights. They have gone for exactly the same tactic. Of course, they've changed airframes. I don't remember them using 18s beforehand, before this fight. At least not these two 18s, as far as I recall. But for formation-wise, it was very similar to what we are seeing today, if I recall correctly.
Correct. I also the 18s is an interesting surprise with ETF. I don't recall flying them.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the first match against Alamo Squadron. They were flying 2 14s and 4 17s.
All right, so here we go. They've got the ready.
Okay, all yours. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go! Round 2 is alive, guys.
2 is alive in the team. Okay, cool. Regarding a strategy from 64th, you have two choices, I guess, as the flight lead. You decide, did we implement it badly, or was it a bad idea? So if it was implemented badly and they think they can fix it, they would go with the same thing. Alternatively, I'm sure they have a big book full of different options to bring out, and they'll refer to page 72B, come up with that tactic. see what they do. Their doctrine for this flight will be interesting. Again, we have 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 taking off in front and moving to the side. The order looks a little different this time from 64th.
Yeah, it does. I mean, 64 is just making the 16 and 18 wait on the runway right now. I was expecting the 14 to go once again in the back, but seems that they have decided to change up the order. So maybe they are going to put up the 14 up in the front, make a good use of those first phases of the rails when guys are not that prepared to defend those off the first long range missiles. Okay, so 64 has decided to start up the two airplanes. They're just rolling up from the runway, and while we check as they are taking off, let's go for the F10 view and check how everything is developing over both sides. We have 64 squadron on the right screen. As you well said before, 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 is going for the exact same tactic. He's trailing to the left, a long trail to the left. So it seems that at least for 64, the decision of having 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 burning that fuel from the start, just sending out those missiles, it seems that for them it was a good decision, which for me is quite surprised. I didn't saw that 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 made any difference in the first round, just with the tactic that he was employing, at least for what I can see so far.
Yes, if I recall correctly, he didn't fire a missile off when he had the speed and the altitude. He potentially could not lock them up in, maybe the ranges were not working for him. I mean, 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 is an extremely experienced pilot and he's very well capable, high and fast. I can only assume that difficulty locking or not confident enough with taking the shot. The distance that he was at was way out of range for a decent shot anyway.
Yeah. 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 this time seems like 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 is very going far off the left flank of 64 squadron though. Way more than I expected. In the first fight, 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 will be entering the bubble around 𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐂, more or less, if I recall correctly.
That's similar to a strategy. There's lots of mountainous areas there.
Yes. Yeah, maybe
nice
we'll
place
see.
to defend missiles.
Yeah, that's the thing. Of course, I remember while we were talking that some teams, you told me that some teams do prefer the flat area, as in even the sea, to defend some missiles. But of course, other teams, such as myself, because I'm a newcomer to this PvP environment, I am not that capable of defending those hectic missiles that connect way better than you would expect. I need to use the mountains, so I mean, I would be very surprised to see if 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 decides to go and use those mountains, put them to good use, and push ETF from their right flank, left flank for 64th, and push them hard from the mountains. That would be a very nice tactic to see.
Well, we already have a difference with 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒, where he's dropped the center line and he's kept his wing tanks. That's already a difference from the second round. The other thing, so blue has come into the zone immediately. We have a slightly symmetrical layout in the sense of no wheels covering the right-hand side of 64th flank and 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 on the left-hand side, with a big wide spread, and the rest of the aircraft coming in down the middle. Rage and Sam came in rather quickly. They're also pushing to the left, again the mountainous area, staying away from the flatland. I guess that's going to help tremendously. You've got to trust the notch when you've got flatland, but when you've got mountains, you can try and line of sight the missiles behind them.
That's it. And of course, we know that 18s, they struggle more to defend those missiles. Not notching for sure, but to outrun the missiles, they are not they don't have such acceleration as a 16 has or a 14 has, and they are struggling. Okay, we have a first missile out of the rails.
Missile from Riker. Yeah, Riker, first missile out. That one could be on Sam. A 75-mile missile.
Yep. I mean, seems that this is still guiding though, but I wouldn't be sure that this missile is going to connect whatsoever.
We'll need to see if the front group of 64th do a preemptive notch.
Yep. I mean, we are seeing a different situation altogether. This time, 64 Squadron has decided to push harder on the first part. Of course, Jaga is way out of the fight. Seems that he's going to circle around the bubble and attack ETF from the side. This is like what I expect for them to do. And seems that also no wheels on the left. No, it's only no wheels from the left. Seems like he's just going to do the same. I think that they are going to go to try to fight ETF while they are inside the bubble, and 64 trying to send those missiles from outside the bubble towards the inside of the bubble. For all of you viewers who don't know the rule set of this competition, that is allowed. Okay, so you can send missiles from outside the bubble toward the inside of it, and of course you can do exactly the same, but you are not allowed to abandon the bubble when the fight starts until you are clear to land on the enemy airbase, just so you guys all know of it.
Right, so I see ETF, the front group of 4, there's another missile out from Dormouse, but the front group of 2 pairs did a preliminary notch, which they flew towards each other. They realized that there are no warnings, there are no missiles in the air from the other side, and now they're starting to push. That
yeah, I mean, this initial fight is very strange. This is very... I'm a bit confused on how this one is going to play out. I mean, I expect 64 to attack from the sides towards ETF with their 2 flanking airframes, but I don't know how ETF is going to respond against this. Are they going to push hard in the middle and try to make a 6 against 4 situation in the middle as fast as possible, and then take out or just maintain no wheels and Jaga outside the bubble during those 5 minutes? Or are they going to just wait a bit more and make Jaga and no wheels come back into the bubble? That's what I don't know how it's going to develop at all.
So we have a shot from Aspen moving out from inside the bubble to the out. That's on Jaeger. He's in a notch. Shouldn't be a problem. And No Wheels is about the combat.
Yeah, so No Wheels is deciding to enter the bubble now. ETF this
the
time...
first missile...
Oh, yours.
Apologies. The first missile from 64th has come out. That was from Sam. It's a 120 on Aspen, who is in a notch.
Okay, Jaga is still out of the bubble. I assume that he's just waiting. I assume that Jaga is just going to save some fuel outside the bubble and wait for his team members just to come in and make a difference inside the bubble, and then just hit them when ETF is out of balance. I think that's how it's going to play out.
Alternatively, Jaeger's going to go and kill the AWACS. Kill the data link. Kill the data link for ETF and see how they handle that.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure if they are allowed to do that. I'm not so sure.
You are allowed to do that.
Okay, that I wasn't clear if it was allowed or not.
He's either going to flank in from the side in a type of pincer, or he is going for the AWACS. And based on the fact that the AWACS is in front of his nose, it's a good distance away, but it is well possible that that's the case. That would probably explain why No Wheels went to the left and he went to the right to see the position of the AWACS at the time. Although now he's turning in, so maybe the AWACS wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah, I think that they were expecting to just pincer ETF in the inside, because we see right now that 64 are sending missiles towards ETF formation from the middle of the area. and 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 is defending a Phoenixes on the right side, but no wheels from the left flank. He's coming in, sending those Phoenixes towards ETF formation, and they are trying to pincer DC and 𝐻𝐷𝐿 on the left front area of ETF formation. Of course, we are entering the 15 miles out range between DC and Rage, and seems like ETF is sending out those missiles toward Rage right now. And okay, so now Sam is coming out cold. This fight is going to develop very differently to the first one for sure. I mean, we are seeing a 13 miles out shot from Aspen, who is sending out two missiles right now towards Rage formation. Of course, I think that was Sam who sent it at 120 towards ETF right flank. And right now, no wheels have decided not to keep on pushing, while 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 is still out of the bubble on the right side of the screen, just chilling out there.
Yeah, those 3 missiles must have been TWS on targets that were turning cold. They were approximately 9 miles away. Aspen turned rather quickly from it, so they were potentially pitbull. There's a small potential threat now on Sam. Negative, Sam has notched them, they're not tracking him.
Okay, so we have Riker is sending out some Phoenixes to get 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 out of the fight. He's trying on this. And 𝐓𝐔𝐄𝐒 is starting to get back into the fight, sending 120s toward Riker in this situation. Just a 30 miles out shot.
We've lost Dizzy. Dizzy crashed.
Oh, really?
Dizzy crashed.
That's it.
I just picked that up in the stream.
Yeah, DC has scratched. So now we have one more guy down from ETF. Now we have a 6 against 5 situation in favor of
Dizzy's female.
That's good to know. So Sam right now is just sending out those Phoenixes, trying to defend a launch while he's just fighting against 𝐻𝐷𝐿 and Aspen. Sam just trying to outrun the missile that is coming up his way, and 𝐻𝐷𝐿 is just also notching the missile, seeing that they both are going to manage to defend those 2 missiles. Rage sending 120 down towards Breeze on the right flank, and he's been answered with an SD-10. 𝐓𝐿𝐄𝐒, as we saw before, he's just still way out of the fight. No wheels have decided to come back towards 64 formation. I mean, even if ETF has one less guy, they are still pressing 64. 64 had the initial position advantage. Okay, 120 towards Aspen. That one is going to be a very close one. Let's just right with it. Okay, this is going to be a kill.
Aspen, that is out for Aspen.
Okay, that's a 2-0 in favor of 64 Squadron. ETF is going to push hard towards Sam. Okay, did we miss one? No, okay. We have a 4 against 6. 120 out of the gimbal for Sam towards Breeze. This one might be a bit complicated to defend. Breeze is going to get killed. Managed to defend that one very close missile. Okay, SD-10 flying towards Sam. That is right with the missile too. That one seems to be still tracking, and still has a bit of energy, but not enough to follow Sam.
We have a potential friendly shot on tab from 𝐓𝐿𝐄𝐒.
Yeah, but so far
not tracking.
No, not tracking.
I don't know. No idea where that one was going.
Okay, TAP sending out 3 Fox 3s towards ETF formation. So now we have a intense fight developing over here, as you can see, guys.
Many missiles up and down.
Yeah, many missiles running.
Labels everywhere.
Yeah, you are loving your labels, aren't you?
You can even see what missiles they are. What fantastic.
Okay.
Fast Phoenix out on towards 𝐓𝐿𝐄𝐒.
Yeah, that one is tracking yet. It's tracking.
𝐓𝐿𝐄𝐒's getting cold. That's a problem for 𝐓𝐿𝐄𝐒.
Yeah, but not so far. That one is a kill.
Hit. 𝐓𝐿𝐄𝐒, you go back to spectators and you go out the game.
That's it. 2 Phoenixes toward Riker from no wheels. This one is going to be a close fight between both. Okay, and no. Riker's hit. Yeah, and no wheels has managed to take down Riker. Okay, this fight is going in favor of 64 for sure.
Absolutely, there's a missile chasing No Wheels who's cold. Breeze is following up. However, Breeze is being chased or pursued by Sam and Rage. Tab is hot on Dormouse, Nate Dogg. There's a missile out on Breeze. Breeze is in a partial notch. Is he going to make the full notch? This
one more towards Breeze. Two more
Second
missiles.
one.
Wow.
Goodness me.
Yeah, finish on the left towards Tab.
This is becoming a verbal.
Yeah,
they're merged.
They are merged, guys.
Merge between Sam. They don't see each other. Obviously, they don't see each other.
No, but they are looking for each other.
Maybe Breeze sees Sam coming around.
Yeah, but I think no more, I'm afraid. Yeah, they have lost themselves in the fight.
And Sam is safe. Does Sam have missiles left? Sam is Winchester.
Okay, Sam is trying. Okay, that was a SD-10 launched by Breeze, sorry. Okay, we have a situation on the right side right now. Very complicated one. Right now, Breeze is against 3 members of 64. Nate Dogg on the left flank.
Fox 2 out on No Wheels. Is it tracking? Is it tracking?
It is tracking.
It takes out No Wheels. No Wheels has got no wings. No Wheels has got no plane. No Wheels is no more.
No Wheels no more for sure. So now we have a 3-on-4 situation, guys. 64 still standing strong with 2 18s, 2 16s, while ATF is just running with a 117, which is dead.
Okay, Rage takes out Breeze. Once more, Breeze doesn't make the windstorm, so Rage took out Breeze. Breeze was Winchester at the time. We've got Rage, Sam, X-Man, Tab, all remaining for 64th, and it's just Nate Dogg and Dormouse left.
Yes.
DF side.
This is a very hard situation.
Right, let's look at missiles. Nate Dogg has 2 Fox 2s left.
Yeah, Dormouse just running for his life with 2 Fox 2, that's all.
That's it. Yes, Tab is Winchester. Rage has plenty of missile. Of course he does, he's in a truck. As does Nate Dogg with his 2 Fox 2.
No, me cago en la... Okay, guys, are you there? Okay, everything is running yet. Okay. I had a problem. Okay. You hear me, Bear?
Hey, Firm, can you hear me?
Yes, I had a small hiccup from my computer, but that was solved.
No problems. Okay, so they found Dormouse. Rage is on Nate Dogg. Dormouse is on Rage. This is the piggy in the middle. Fox 3, 2 Fox 3s out on Nate Dogg. The first one misses. The second one misses.
Wow. So
very close. Yes. X-Man, Tab, and Dormouse are right next to each other. I don't think they see each other.
Yeah, Nate Dogg is down.
Rage. Nate Dogg is down. The vet has spoken. They put the dog down.
You really know your comeback, mate. For reals.
Alrighty. So...
well, we have a fight between Dormouse and Tab, if I'm correct. We're here.
A firm. 4 remaining for 64th. Potential. Oh, team kill. Team kill. Rage killed his buddy.
Kill. Oh,
Rage,
God.
That's your friend. Why'd you kill your buddy? Alright, cheers. Right, Dormouse.
That's
Dormouse. It's Dormouse. Dormouse has upgraded his name to Dead Mouse.
That's it.
Dormouse is Dead Mouse. That is it.
That's
3
it.
pilots remaining for 64th. They need to land. How's the fuel situation?
Yeah, of course, this fight wasn't that long of a fight. So, of course, I assume that it's not going to be a big problem for 64 to go towards the enemy airbase and land. So, of course, what we are going to see that, well, I mean, we were somewhat expecting for 64 to come back and get this fight under the belt. I think we did know that they had the experience to come back after such a bad lose on the first round, that they were taken down 6-0.
Absolutely. I think in round 2, the crash of Dizzy, which I unfortunately missed, that that affects the whole team. It's not only about losing the player, but it's losing the missiles that the player had. Dizzy was flying a JF-17, so there's potentially up to 4 ST-10s that they could have used. But what a fantastic comeback from 64th. It's still anybody's game. The next round's going to decide who's going to take home, or who's going home, or who's staying in the competition.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting. Well done, 64th. That was a good comeback. Interesting things happening with pilots seeming to not know exactly where they were. Unfortunate for the team kill from 4th. That was a bit crazy.
Yeah.
But this goes into round 3, and we'll see who takes it home.
That's it. Of course, for all of you guys who are coming now to the fight, just a reminder, we are on the quarterfinals of TACT21 tournament. This means that the one who loses today's match will forfeit, will lose his place to continue on the tournament. Therefore, the stakes are very high. We have 64 squadron who are a very experienced bunch of guys who know their way in and out of PvP tournaments. They have the experience to back everything that they do. And of course, ETF, they are a very new squadron, just 1 year old. They were formed on 2020 February, but they've been giving out very good surprises all along Seccond and TACT21 tournament, putting a very good fight all these tournaments all along. So well, as you will, Bear. I was always I'm always thinking of beer, for reals. Always thinking of having a beer. Not the moment now. Later will be. We analyze the Tacview. And of course, guys, for all of you who are just tuning in, just a reminder, we are going for round 3 today. And after that, we'll be going for an interview with the match winner, which we don't know who that will be. I mean, this first round, it was a very good fight for ETF. This second one was won by a lot, with a big margin, by 64 squadron, and we really don't know who's going to win this third round, though.
We don't. It's anybody's game. If ETF come out the way they did in the first round, that gives them a really good chance. However, 64th are fire and on fire. Are they going to come back, and are they going to keep up the momentum and take it? Anybody, who knows? Stay tuned to see what happens.
So chat, for all of you viewers, do you have any guess on who's going to win round 3? Because of course now we are waiting for 64 to arrive to Lane airbase, the enemy airbase, and that will decide the win for them. But what are your guesses, guys? I want to know who you think is going to win round 3. So I'm just right now, while we are waiting, I'm just trying to remember how the decision of airframes has changed since the start of the tournament. As in, initially we were seeing more 16s, more than we are seeing nowadays, and of course I assume that decision comes down just for the missile economy. I remember yesterday fight that I was a co-host in the Tempest stream between 14th Samurais and the Art of Warfare. I recall that the Art of Warfare TAW decided to bring out 4 18s and 2 16s, and it did pay off for them. Bringing, I thought, if I recall correctly, they brought to the fight like 12 more missiles than 14th Samurais, and that makes a big difference, not at the start of the fight, but when the fight is developing and everyone is running out of missiles. That's where you want those missiles to be in. If not, you are going to have a big problem.
Yeah, airframe choice is that's the team's choice and individuality. Each aircraft has its advantages and its disadvantages. The JF-17 has some really good Vox 3s, but they only have 4 of them. The F-16 can carry a maximum of 6 Vox 3s, or you could spice things up with 4 Vox 3s and 2 Vox 2s if you wanted to. Interesting. The F-18 is a missile truck. It can take up to 10, and that is a lot of firepower. But having said that, there's weight, there's drag, and it slows it down.
Yeah, of
Individual
course.
pilots get good at flying specific airframes, and they stick to them. There's no wrong answer or right answer for what combination of aircraft is the best for this competition. Not yet, please.
Not yet, at least for sure. I mean, we all know that this first competition of TACT21 is a very new tournament, so of course we'll see how tactics develop and get sorted out as tournaments come by and go on. I mean, of course, being the first iteration, even if we have most of the teams, or not most, sorry, plenty of the teams know their way in and out of SATAL competitions. We are having a different rule set compared to SATAL, way more simplified, and that's something for teams that are newcomers, such as DFW, my team were. But we were eliminated very fast. Well, we are newcomers, that's what it is. We just need experience to get by. But is this a simpler area for plenty of us who just want to get to know how this works, all the environment works? And for that, 64 Squadron, I'm very grateful for your work and dedication towards this year's World Community to host this magnificent tournament that we all are enjoying and allowing everyone to take part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. 64th have done such a sterling job with putting out a fantastic tournament. It's run extremely smoothly so far.
Yep, and we are waiting for 64. We were talking to land. His first 18 is just 10 miles away from the runway. So this, as soon as X-Man lands in the all-in airbase, that will be a win for 64 Squadron. We are just waiting for them to land control in the ground on runway, and then we'll be moving towards round 3. And remember guys, when we get into round 3 and the winner gets decided, that won't be the end of the stream. We'll be having an interview with both teams' representative just to know what went into the heads, how everything went in their files in between the pilots. Of course guys, you are going to have the option to ask your own questions to both teams' leaders. So guys, whatever you want to ask them, get that ready. You will be interviewing them after the fight, and you'll have your option and possibility just to join in the fight. Okay, and here we have TAW done over the stream. I know that your guys are in the tournament right now against Bravo. Do you know how it's going to your guys, mate? I'm very curious to know how the other fights are going, because we didn't have the time to check that out, I'm afraid. So guys, if you are right now also checking out the streams that we have from Tricker, 𝐓𝐷𝐷𝐒𝐻, Tits and Fire, sorry, Titanfire, and who was the other one? Tricky Trickster, if I recall correctly. And yeah, Low Blow, Tricky Trickster, 𝐓𝐷𝐷𝐒𝐻, and Titanfire. If you guys know how everything is going on the site, please tell us. I would love to know how everything is developing on the site. And of course, we have X-Man just in the ground, control and everything sorted out for them. So this round 2 goes towards 64th Aggressor Squadron. Congratulations. So guys, we will be going for a small break as before. We are going to wait for the rest of 64th Squadron to land. Okay, no, wait. This is interesting. But of course, we are seeing at last, finally, we are seeing a formation landing. So my prayers has been heard finally. Finally, a formation landing for 64 Squadron. I mean, I want to see a rule for the next TACT21 tournament that you have to learn information. That will be a very interesting one. Not only you have to demonstrate that you are capable of fighting and flying and surviving and that all, you also have to demonstrate that you are capable of sorting out those nice landings, by the way.
Well, I didn't see the formation, and you mean in the sense of they did a nice break?
No, I mean they entered the runway flying formation. That's something that I love seeing, but not many teams do, you know. You there, mate?
I'm check. Yes.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
5/5. Okay, so guys, we'll be going back in just a few minutes. We are going to wait for server to be restarted, and we'll be coming back with round 3 between ETF and 64 to decide the winner of the quarterfinals of this TACT21 tournament. See you guys in just 5 minutes out. Bye bye. Okay guys, we are back once again. Now we are on round 3 between ETF, Eclipse Task Force and 64th Squadron, Aggressor Squadron, sorry. So we've seen that first round was ETF win by a big margin. I mean, they managed to defeat 64 Squadron 6-0. Of course, they got one guy disconnected at the end, but well, they did manage to get a 6 kills, 0 death against 64, which was a big surprise for me. I know they are good, but I wasn't expecting that good skills in this first round. Of course, 64 we know they have the experience to back everything that they do. Of course, they came back in second round and managed to win round 2 against ETF using quite a weird tactic for what we are used to see in this competition, having a 114 in the right flank outside the bubble, a 116 on the left flank outside the bubble, harassing ETF from both flanks, and it seems that it has paid off for sure for 64 Squadron, and I assume they are going to go for a very similar tactic this round. What are your thoughts, Bear, with this third round?
Well, you can keep something that's working going, or you could come up with something else. If 64th can keep the momentum rolling, then they have a good chance of taking it. If ETF realize what went wrong in their last match, and depending on their debrief after their last round, maybe they can come back with something. This match still hangs in the balance. Both teams have an equal chance of winning it. ETF, although they're a younger team, did exceptionally well last year in the 6v6 competition, and making it to right through to the semi-final. And in fact, I think the semi-final was between, if I recall correctly, it was against 64th. So they're no strangers to fighting each other. Anyone can win this match, and that's what's going to make this final round very, very exciting.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting fight for sure. I mean, of course, for all of you guys who doesn't know, we are having 3 more fights at the same time right now. You can check Low Blow streams. He's hosting 104th against number 15. Hera Mincy is hosting Bravo Squadron against Tacview, the Urban Warfare Squadron. And I'm missing one. Okay, it seems that the first match that it has already been finished.
That's correct. I think TAW have block your ears if you do not want to hear the result. But TAW beat 14th 2-1.
Okay, that was SF Squadron, if I recall correctly.
I've given them the clearance to taxi, but
perfect. The both teams are going to start taxiing out and getting lined up of the runway. Of course, for all of you viewers, now teams have switched side. We have on the left screen we have ETF now on 𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐄𝐒 Island. Just they are going to start taxiing just a sec. 64 on the right screen. They are based right now on the LN International Airport. And now, of course, this third round, as usual in each round, teams change sides. So we are going to check how the airframe, what formation we have on airframes. It seems like we are having exactly the same airframe from airframes for this round, isn't it?
I count 1, 2, 3 F-16s, 2 F-18s and a 14 on the 64th side. ETF are sporting the same aircraft. They have the same pilots and the same aircraft. 2 JF-17s, 2 F-18s, and 2 F-15Bs.
Okay, so that means that we are going to see exactly the same airframe distribution in this fight, and I assume that we are going to see, like the previous fight, we'll be seeing a difference in the tactics deployed by both teams, but overall, I don't know. I mean, as we were talking, this third round could boot to both teams. We don't have a clear winner yet for this fight between ETF and 64th aggressors. That I don't know.
Not at all. Can go to either team. The way ETF come back from the previous round loss is going to determine it. Do they have the courage and the stamina to put it up? If so, then it'll be a good result. 64th have that momentum of winning the last round. They have the added advantage of coming back from losing a round. That'll keep their spirits high. So, but what you don't want is too much confidence. Overconfidence is a killer.
Yep.
Play the numbers, play the game. Don't have too much.
Yeah, and please don't die. And of course, formation landing, guys. That's imperative for me.
TF are backtaxing runway 22.
Yes, and 64 are
Runway
ready.
23.
Are ready on runway, getting ready. Okay, Jens, so you guys, do you have any guess of who is going to win this third round? Please comment over the stream. I'd love to know what are your thoughts on this third round. Of course, ETF sent CD4. I hope that in this third round his teammates doesn't have any kind of technical difficulties. I wouldn't love seeing the exact same problem. I'm pretty sure it's going to be sorted out.
ETF 212 Saints.
Okay, so we have 64 is already sorted out on runway. ETF is back taxing. Yeah, that was a word. In Spain, me and my group tend to use back. Oh no, I forgot the word. Oh really? Back taxi is the word. How would you say it? My guys said it back trailing. I don't recall right now. I don't really recall right now. Really, in my mind.
Yep. Age deliberator. It's age.
Yeah.
The aerospace professional is MD3 coming. I have no idea.
MD3 coming? Sorry, what do you mean?
It was one of the comments in the stream. Aerospace is asking if the MD3 is coming.
Round 3. It seems like M, but that's a round 3. Yes, mates, this is round 3 that we are entering right now. And we are just waiting for ETF to get lined up of the runway, and we'll start this third round.
Gotcha.
Did ETF change the liveries? No. ETF have been using the liveries for all this tournament. I don't know if before this tournament they did have something different. That I don't know. That I cannot help you out. But for this tournament, TACT21, they've been using this livery all along. In fact, the trailer video for this tournament was made by one of the guys from ETF and showcased their liveries, by the way. So it was a very good job from one of the team members to get that very nice introduction video sorted out for 64 Squadron. Okay, Jens, we should be almost ready. ETF is just getting ready over the runway. Seems like a cookie saying over the chat right now. That's it. Seems like in Texas they are thunderstorm and he's having connection problems. So
yeah, the cookie has crumbled.
Yeah, I would not like to see more problems for ETF. I mean, it is not a nice thing when you have one of you guys disconnected mid-flight. That's not a situation. That's not a situation you would like to be.
Negative. They have their 6 pilots. They are lining up. They should be ready very shortly.
Perfect. gents, let us just wait a bit more to get ETF sorted out on the runway over 𝐋𝐈𝐒𝐻 Island, and then we'll be starting round 3. This will be the decisive one in order to know who's going to be the winner of this quarterfinals of TACT21 first tournament, organized by the guys of 64th Aggressor that we are viewing right now on the right screen. So I'm just checking right now the airplane formation in the runways. Seems like ETF has decided to go once again with the 214s in the back and the asymmetrical pairs having an 18 and 17 together in the left and the right. So I think that ETF is going to go with the exact same tactic that they deployed on the first round. And 64 Squadron seems like they are going to bring out the Tomcat first. They are going to take off that airplane first, together with a 16, followed by 2 pairs of asymmetrical airplanes of 18 plus 16. So it seems that this is going to be different tactics for both teams when they are going to enter the bubble. I expect ETF to go for the exact same tactic they had on the first round. 64, I think they are going to change once again their deployment. Maybe, and this is just a maybe my part, maybe they are going to have the 14 and the 16 that are on the front of their lineup. I think they are going to bring those 2 airframes just to circle around the bubble and attack ATF from the side. And I can see that both teams are ready to take off, so Bear, whenever you are ready, please send them off.
A-firm, doing it now.
3, 2, 1, go, go, go! Match is alive, guys!
Big start there by Jaeger and the F-16, followed by No Wheels in the F-14.
Yeah, and these were the 2 guys that before they decided to circle back around all the fight. So I assume that they are going to do exactly the same though. And I think that's... I really think that 64 is going to double back down on the tactics of putting pressure on ETF side from outside the bubble though.
A-firm, have a look at what they're doing.
Yeah, sure.
It looks like they're definitely going. They like their wings.
Okay, let us check what 64 are doing on the F10 map while we wait for the Tomcats from ETF side to take off. So of course now we are seeing that Jaga and No Wheels are trailing to the left, to right flank and left flank respectively. So yep, definitely they are going to go for exactly the same tactic we were expecting them to go. And ETF, sorry, all yours.
That's right. The 2 F-14s of ETF are still sitting on the taxiway.
Yep, that's the thing.
On the runway.
That's correct. But that's the thing. I think that the ETF is going to have both 14s coming from trailing way back on the back, just supporting both pairs in the front. So I don't know how exactly ETF is going to defend against the tactic employed by 64 of having 2 airframes outside the bubble harassing ETF from both flanks.
Correct. I mean, the ETF Tomcats have been firing at their first Phoenixes around 80 miles, which haven't really caused major havoc for the teams, but there've been some Phoenix kills, so there is definitely a threat when they do come into play. The ETF seem to be playing that same trick again with two flanking pairs and a middle group, probably be the F-14s. Potentially the F-14s might split and support wing.
Yeah, I mean, ETF, for what I've seen them doing all along the tournament, they went for more or less exactly the same tactic all along the tournament. Just deploying two to the right, two to the left, and have two Tomcats on the back area supporting the front rows. And that's the tactic they feel confident in and they are comfortable applying to the fight.
It works for them. We saw it in round 1. So don't need to fix something that ain't broke.
Yeah, well, of course, you are a team leader for Green Reapers competitive. You know better than me, but at least what I will do, at least in my mind, of course, I'm not experienced enough to know exactly how to respond to everything, but I personally will adapt or change my tactics to respond to what I've seen or what I expect them to do the next round. You know, it's not as if I'll buckle down on one tactic and wait for it to work every time against the same enemy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. We try not to fly the same tactic twice in a row, and unless we get an extremely good result from one. We have variations of every tactic that we take into play, but there are teams that do use the same tactic each round. There are other teams that also tend to change or adapt to what they when they get into it. Just out of interest, Deliberator, do you know the difference between having a strategy and having a tactic?
No, I would love to be informed. What's the difference?
Well, a strategy is what you do when you don't know what to do, and and a tactic is what to do when you know what to do. So, for example, you could have a strategy that we're going to be aggressive and we're going to push deep. That would be the general strategy, and then the tactic would be the type of formation that we want. Do we want to throw in a gambit? Do we want to employ what type of formation ingress that we would like? Pincer versus box versus offset box, trail, and things like that. So everybody needs to have a good strategy in the sense of what do we do when we don't know what to do, and at this stage they don't know. They've got an idea of what they're going to do, and that's their strategy. But when they see the situation build up and the picture is built up by the pilots and the data links, they would then probably, or this is at least what we do, we then will decide, flight lead will decide on which is the best tactic to employ based on what we see in front of them. So, and then everybody in the team knows, right, this is this tactic, we know what to do, we do it. It needs to change. If pilots come at you from different angles, you need to be able to defend them in the best way that you practice to handle that situation.
Well, Tricker says that he likes pushing deep, by the way. Who doesn't?
But do they push back harder? That's the question.
Okay, gents, let us go with a full view of the situation over here. Wait, sorry. I'm having problems with... Okay, we are having problems with the server.
Why are we... Red is taking control.
No,
What's
but check
problem?
it. Yeah, the thing is, all ETF plus money members of 64 has disconnected. Has been disconnected from the server. We are having server problems, guys, which means that this third round should be restarted. Let me talk with both teams and sort out the situation, okay? We know that this Eagle Dynamics has been having a bit of problems today with server side. Possibly we had something similar. So yeah, I've been informed by X-Man right now that we are going to restart the server and we'll be back in just a sec. Sorry guys for the interruption. We'll be back in just 1-2 minutes and we'll be restarting round 3. We'll be back in just a sec, guys. Okay guys, sorry for the waiting, server situation has been sorted out. As you know guys, sometimes technical problems arise. This is not anything that we like to see, but I'm afraid that things happen, real life happens, and well, sometimes we have to adapt and overcome, as usual. But luckily we've seen both teams are rushing things out, so we won't have to wait that much time as before to see both teams taking off and getting into the fight. As before, it seems that both teams are going for the exact same tactic that they were having before we had to restart round 3. So in that regard, I expect to see exactly the same. 64 having those two one Tomcat and 116 opening to both sides. It seems like this third round they decided not to go outside the bubble. It seems that they decided this time to get in, just shying away from the side, just trying to push from the flanks, but not from inside the bubble this time, at least. And I don't know if they are going to do exactly the same, or they are going to decide to change it back again and press ETF from outside the bubble. That's something I want to see.
Looks like the final pilot of ETF is pulling onto the runway. 64th are ready to take off. I expect it to happen any second now. That was a little quicker than the last round. It's almost as if they knew where to go.
Perfect. So when ETF does those wings unfolded, we will be ready to take off. I mean, well, if he doesn't want to unfold them and want to fight with them folded, okay, they are ready. Wherever you want, mate. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. We are live, gents. Round 3, once again, is alive.
I did it twice because first one went to allies.
Yeah, yeah, same as much. Okay, perfect. Thanks for the correction, mate. Okay, so of course we had just a few seconds delay, nothing to worry about between both teams. So nothing to be worried. I mean, of course, we've seen that in the first round, ETF managed to push the 64 squadron very, very far away. They managed to just get them in very close to the bubble, into a very uncomfortable situation, and they did manage to win them over in the first round 6-0. Of course, we were talking in the start of the third round /1. What we're talking is that 64 squadron managed to come back and make a very, very, very good job in the second round, coming back and winning, if I recall correctly, 6-3. I mean, I think they were 3 alive from 64th last round. Am I correct?
3 or 4? Yeah, it's 3. 3 pilots.
Okay. So yeah, I'm seeing that Jaga is going exactly for the same tactic as before. Just turning very sharp right, no wheels, is turning left less intensely than before. So I assume that they are going to go for they are going to go with Jaga going outside the bubble, trying to harass ETF from the outside the bubble, and no wheels just shying away from the bubble. I mean, inside the bubble, but very close by. I think they are going wheels trying to go and just attack the right flank from ETF, but not from inside the bubble. At least that's what it seems to me right now, for what we are watching.
Yeah, Jaeger could be a distraction. He could be able to draw a couple of missiles away from TF, and on top of that, he can still come in from the side and attack. So there's sound logic behind what they're planning to.
Yeah, I mean, Jaga is very, very, really trailing right now, more than before. Maybe Jaga is going to be just not only outside the bubble from the right, but being very far off the rear, saving fuel for later on the fight, maybe.
His speed is reasonable. His altitude is reasonable. He could just be finding a good position once he's read what the other team are coming in as. and decide on the perfect angle that won't interfere with his team. There's a split happening now between the front group of 64th, with Rage going to with Sam going to the right, Rage straight down the middle, and that's followed closely by Tab following Sam's direction. X-Man behind Rage. So the two 18s are in trail, relatively close to each other at the moment. They are 6 nautical miles behind. We've got Tab following Sam just 7 nautical miles behind that. No Wheels is not pushing as far left as he did the previous round, but Jaeger is now starting to close in on that angle to come in.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, I'm just going to interrupt for a sec. I'm getting over TACT21 Discord that you guys should get inside and be sure to connect with everything there that is going on. All the results, everything is being posted over there. And I'm just receiving notices over there that SF against PTF, PTF won against SF 2-1. Also, TAW won against Bravo 2-1. So guys, that means that we are just we have seen that these these quarterfinals are going very, very close by. I mean, two fights that have already been finished, we see that they've been won 2-1, and this one is going to be won exactly the same. That means that all the teams participating in this fight, they know what they are doing. The level of the competition that we are hosting today in this TACT21 tournament is very, very high, and that's something I love seeing. Very, very nice competition, very high level competition, because from this all the teams will learn and will evolve for next competitions to come.
That's right, Deliberator. For all of these matches to run 3 rounds is just showing the difficulty and toughness of the competition, as well as the equally matched teams that are going up against each other, which is fantastic to see. It's you know, it's not always pleasant to see a 2-0 annihilation with too quickly, but the fact that they run those 3 rounds just shows the level of quality that we have in the competition. Fantastic.
That's it. Of course, Jens, we have just people entering the bubble. Jaga seems to be just shying away as he's entering the bubble. Jaga is also entering the bubble this time. But he's not going to be outside the bubble. We are going to see 64 all team members inside the bubble this time. So they are not going. We are not going to see the tactic for previous round for them. That they went all around the fight with 2 airframes, no wheels, and Jaga in this situation, and trying harassing ETF from the outside the bubble.
So yeah, it looks like 64th have a wall in the front of 4 aircraft side by side, approximately 16 miles based, 16 to 20 miles based, followed by a wall of 2 behind. So there's a box in the middle and a nice front wall of 4 aircraft.
That's it. So we see that, of course, we don't see any finish whatsoever flying by yet. Of course, we have in the small window, the right bottom corner, we see that ETF is starting to do preemptive cranking, and we see also that 64 is doing also. Missile out?
Jaeger.
Yeah,
Jaeger. From Jaeger.
That's a 42 miles shot towards Night Dot and DC on the left flank from ETF. But I mean that kind of shots, of course, they are very dangerous when you don't expect them. But when you have finished down the range, as we are seeing Riker sending one finished down the range right now, you expect to be defending around mile 40 and 60, going for the notch, just to make sure that those finishes doesn't connect when the fight's starting. So that all
correct. Yours. So I think Jaeger's missile was potentially to try and cause a little bit of instability on the ETF side. Potentially also so that ETF can push, so that 64th can push in deeper to towards it. The teams that had the territorial advantage tended to win into tonight's match, as TF had a good territorial advantage in the first round and they won it. 64th came back, they took the territory back and covered it. So it's probably not intentional. As you can see, it missed the track completely. It wasn't a threat, but it did cause them to go into a notch, and they could push up slightly further. Look at the distance between the 64th aircraft and Bulls versus the ETF aircraft and Bulls, and you can see that there is a slight advantage territorially. Rage is pushing in slightly deep, got some missiles out. There's a missile out on Breeze. Breeze is not defending. Could be trouble for Breeze.
Yeah, but I think that's not even tracking though. It is not. It's way safe up there. So we have seen that the left flank between Rage, Sam, and No Wheels, they are fighting Breeze and Aspen and Striker on the back, helping them out. And it seems like at the right flank of 64, I think they are baiting out ETF to come towards them. I mean, they are giving them a lot of space there.
The other difference that I'm seeing this round is ETF are firing less missiles than they did in the previous 2 rounds.
Yep.
So something definitely has changed in their locker room. They've definitely ETF out now, SD10 out by Breeze on Sam, replied with an with a 120 Charlie.
That's it. But Breeze is going for the notch right now.
Sam is cold and Breeze is in the notch. There's a nice grinder that's set up between Sam and Rage. Rage now is hot while Sam is cold. Sam is Breeze successfully notches that. There must be something wrong with the 120s and firing off-ball, because there's been a few off-ball shots that are just losing track and going side.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that this update, those missiles, is just out of the world, but how they are missing out entirely. And we have Aspen coming back to help Breeze, sending 2 Fox 3 down the range toward Rage and Sam, trying to make space for Breeze to come back and help him out. Natok and DC, they are just being harassed by X-Man and Tap. We have a kill? Do we have a kill?
I don't see a kill.
No, sorry, my bad. I was missing someone from the right flank from 64 Squadron, but no. We have
they pushed up nicely on the west coast.
That's it.
And so we got Sam and Rage working nicely together. Shooting on a cold target, that's a little difficult. SD10, Sam is now cold.
Yeah, Sam is out cold, but I mean, I think he's just going to manage to outrun the missile for sure. No, missile is still on him, but yeah, he's outrunning the missile. Sam is way safe there, no problem whatsoever. Okay, we are seeing that DC is pushing hard right now alone in right 64 right flank. Of course, we have a finished downrange from Riker towards Jaga or Sam. I think it's Jaga. Yep, it's Jaga.
So Jaeger's covered so much ground and so much territory. Remember, he came in from the right side near waypoint 8, and now he's completely on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Even though the missiles start flowing from ETF side, they still seem to be conserving their missiles quite a lot more than they did in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, they're playing way more conservatively, as you will very well are saying. I mean, we of course we are seeing that also 64, they are using their missiles, but they are not overusing them though. Of course, 64 is using more missiles, but you can see now, for example, Aspen is sending downrange 2 Fox 3s, 1 for Rage, 1 for Sam. It is right for the 120 towards Sam on the left bottom right corner. Sam is turning out cold. Okay, 120 from Rage towards DC on the middle, and DC is going to be harassed by also one more 20 from X-Man. sorry, a finish from X-Man towards his way. This is
Yeah.
trying to defend.
Rage was a little bit low and a little bit slow with that missile. It didn't impart as much speed as we would have hoped. However, the missile warning would be on Dizzy, and Dizzy will, she will be going for the notch or going cold, so it will have that effect. But a kill, unlike.
Yeah, we have a situation. Sam sending a 120 towards Dormouse on the left flank. Dormouse just sending a finish towards Rage, and he's trying to defend. You going to defend? No!
Dormouse is a dead mouse.
Dormouse is a dead mouse, and Sam has managed to secure the first kill for 64.
Rage is in trouble. Rage is in trouble.
He's okay. He's dead.
Rage is taken out. Rage is taken out. Rage went against the machine and he lost.
Yep. So we have DC sending a first 3 downrange towards Sam. Sam is going out cold, trying to outrun the missile right now. Okay, my computer is struggling right now. Come on. Well, Sam almost crashed. Okay, no, Sam is dead. I think Sam hit the ground in that turn.
Could have been. We have a Phoenix out from No Wheels, as well as a Phoenix coming in towards No Wheels. That's rather dangerous.
Yeah. So now we have a lot of strange on missiles.
Breeze is potentially in trouble. Negative is missing Breeze. Missile is not.
Okay, we have many missiles coming from 64 lines towards ETF. Because we see that TAP is just chilling down there on the southern area, and Nate Dogg is also quite chill right now. He's very safe, but we have a situation where 64 is 4 guys up, and ETF still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys up. Yep.
So it's 5-4 to ETF at the moment. 64th have lost 2 men. In Sam and Rage are out. It's only the who died from.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Dead mouse, Dormouse.
Okay, so first 3 from Nate Dogg towards X-Man. X-Man also sending one more 120 toward Nate Dogg. That's 7 miles out situation. I mean, these missiles can be very, very, very problematic if not defended correctly.
Now, Nate Dogg was higher in altitude than X-Man was at the time of firing of the missile, but both missiles don't seem to be a problem.
That's
nice follow-up by Tab on Dizzy, not on Nate Dogg. So that was an interesting one.
Nate Dogg with a 120 towards to teammate.
Potential team kill. It is a teammate.
That's going to be. Come on, mate.
Oh, Nate
Don't
Dogg,
do this.
what have you done?
Don't do this, mate.
Luckily, Dizzy is in a knot.
Dizzy's
in the knot and misses it, but a wasted missile.
Yeah, and almost killed your mate. Mate, be careful, please, with those missiles.
Sometimes you need to fire a missile at your teammates just to keep them on their toes.
Yeah, for sure you need. But I mean, that's something I would do during training, not during a fight, though. So please, guys, know when to apply it or not. Please.
Live a little, live a little. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 ETF and 4. Have we lost one ETF that we missed?
Breeze has been disconnected. Breeze was killed by Jaga.
Jaga killed Breeze. We missed that kill.
Yeah, we missed that kill. Sorry, guys.
Tacview.
We'll be checking that in Tacview for sure. Sorry, guys, we missed that one.
The wind is blown and Breeze is gone.
For reals. Your comebacks are top notch. For reals. Oh gosh. Okay, we have right now 64. They have 3 guys just turning out cold. Jaga is trying to come back and push ETF back into the defensive situation, sending 120 downrange toward DC. DC is turning out cold as we see, and Aspen sending 120 towards Jaga. Also, we have a 1 Phoenix downrange from Riker. So
Jaga's got the one on Dizzy. Dizzy is trying to get that notch. Gets the notch.
Perfect. Nice work, DC. But Jaga has managed to get X-Man and No Wheels enough space so they can come back to the fight. But now ETF are in a tactical blob all together, clamp it up in just a 5 by 6 nautical miles area, so they are very clumped up together. Tab going to face up DC, just a 7 miles shot, that's it. We have a 120 from Tab downrange. Well, DC seems that do not have noticed at all that launch it. I think this is going to eat this one.
It's missing Dizzy and it's going for Riker.
That's one for Riker.
Is he gonna be able to get that? Not clearly in the notch yet.
And Riker managed to defend that one.
Hey, firm. Tab's in trouble.
Yep.
Tab's taken out.
That's
Tab
taken out.
got shifted. Haha, Tab got shifted to another dimension.
Okay, Nate Dogg pushing X-Man into defensive situation. X-Man right now just turning out cold. Jaga coming back, trying to defend. Aspen sending one more 20 towards X-Man or Jaga, I don't know right now. But right now, things are turning favorably towards ATF.
4v3, ETF 4, 64th.
Yeah, and many missiles from ETF, they are pushing hard towards Jaga and X-Man. I think they are trying to make this moment a decisive one. Well, X-Man sending 120 of the gimbal towards Noble, maybe? Yeah, why is X64 trying to take off the friendlies?
Yeah, I think No Wheels and Riker, there's an aim 9 on No Wheels. Aim 9 is defeated. What is happening to these? Oh, come on.
That's a kill.
No Wheels takes out Riker.
We have a 3-on-3 situation right now, guys. Okay,
Alright,
No Wheels
turned immediately into action with Dizzy. Dizzy's got a Fox 2 out on No Wheels. No Wheels is in a notch, can't notch Fox 2s.
Yeah, and he's
No Wheels
out.
is taken out. No Wheels, no plane, no pilot.
No, nothing.
No go.
No game.
Yeah, No Wheels is taken out. We have a 2v3.
Yeah, X-Man trying
Jaeger's stuck between Nate Dogg and Aspen.
Yeah, one more 20 from X-Man towards nothing. Nate Dogg following Jaga.
Is firing missiles.
Yeah, against Nate Dogg right now. 5 mile shot. That might not connect because he was sending that one downrange while turning. So I wouldn't expect that one to connect at all. But he's making Nate Dogg out of call. Aspen is just coming back, trying to. He's just Winchester, only down to first truce. He's coming back, doing a merge with X-Man. X-Man 120 toward Aspen. Aspen is defending. Aspen is defending.
Double.
That's a kill.
Up. Awesome kill.
Good kill, mate.
Excellent.
So now we have a
Fox 2 on X-Man. X-Man. You are not broken. You are dead.
You are dead, mate. So Jaga against Nate Dogg and DC. That's it, guys. That's what we have right now. Jaga going for the merge.
Dizzy and Nate
No,
Dogg.
Jaga is landing. Jaga is landing right now. He's out of fuel. Aim 9. Okay, Jaga is out of fuel right now.
If he comes to a stop, he is going to blow up.
I don't know if that's implemented or not, but anyway, that's
when he comes to a stop, he's gonna blow up.
I hope so.
Why do you... Okay, watch the explosion. 3, 2...
Okay, that's it.
Jaeger goes back to spectators and out the match. Ladies and gentlemen, ETF have won the match.
That's it, guys.
If they can land. They need to get back to. They need to land.
But of course, they have to go all across the map. I mean, no, sorry, my bad. They have to go to Lane Air Base. They are just 50 miles away, and of course, fuel economy for 17 is very nice. So, guys, this fight, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a victory for ETF.
So Nate Dogg doesn't know where he's going. He's a dog without a bone. Wrong way, Nate Dogg. Wrong way. Turn around.
Come back, mate.
I think they don't know which one to go to, so they're just going to go to both.
You have to be sure.
All right. So Dizzy, I think she knows where she's going. Right. This is why we have female drivers.
That's it.
She's climbing to get something. I don't agree with you. I think the fuel economy in the JF-17 is horrid.
You think so?
Oh yeah, no, it's a horrible fuel guzzler compared to others. Personal opinion, of course. Nate Dogg, I think he's finally found his owner, and no, he doesn't know where he's going. This is follow Dizzy, follow Dizzy. Nate
That's
Dogg,
it.
follow Dizzy.
Follow
Wrong way.
She will guide you towards where you have to land. Okay, now he's turning back towards south to follow DC to land.
Okay, my guess is that Nate Dogg doesn't have sufficient fuel.
Yeah, for sure.
Or something. So.
Nah, but I think they are confident on DC landing. You know, I think that's it all. Because if not, why will be Nate Dogg just chilling out there in the north? You know.
Okay, what does scare me is the fact that Dizzy got up to 14,000. Does anybody in chat know what the most economical altitude is for a JF-17? Why did she stop at 14,700 foot? Is that sufficient? Does she have fuel?
Wait.
Does the Jeff float?
Yeah, that's the thing. I see. Of course, this is just going for 85 RPM down, so she's just chilling and she's holding her altitude. I initially thought that she was going to drop down because I was seeing her just going downhill, just lowering her altitude. I was thinking, okay, maybe she's running out of fuel, but no. She's still in the game, and Nate Dogg just chilling out the back, letting DC, the lady of the match, get the glory of being the one to land, as far as we can see.
Absolutely. What a surprise that you've got airplanes on your stream that flew into the right hand corner, and that confused me. I thought she was about to get shot down by an A-10.
Well, I gotta love my A-10 for notifications for sure. Who doesn't love the A-10? Come on, guys. Shout out for the A-10 for being the badass that it is.
Absolutely. Is 14,000 feet enough, and does the JF-17 glide?
Well, it seems that
Somebody
she is
in
very
chat
confident.
needs to know that.
Yeah, somebody should know. I mean, I'm not a 17 flyer, so I don't know for sure. So if any of you guys knows, please tell us. Make us learn something today. I mean, I've learned something thanks to Bear with a capital B today. The difference between... Sorry,
the difference between?
Tactic and... Yeah, tactic and... Oh, for freaking God's sake. Tactic and... Oh, what was the other word?
Strategy.
Thank you. So you can see that I don't learn nothing. I'm not capable of learning on the go. You know, guys.
Tremendous pressure here now on Dizzy. With this return, she's got her RPMs at 83, so I guess that's fine. Not gonna tell. That's fine. Nate Dogg's still looking for a bone or something in the combat area because he's just doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah, he's just chilling out there. You know, I think they are that confident in DC coming in and landing. You know.
Absolutely.
I mean, imagine if just now DC didn't manage to land, and Nate Dogg had to come back full burner as fast as possible, land on the All-Lane airbase. I mean, that would be something I wouldn't love being in that position. But luckily, I think that we can be confident that this is going to come on with the clutch and land that airframe down the All-Lane airbase for sure.
She's starting to descend now.
Okay, so she's getting ready for lining up to All-Lane airbase, and with these guys, this will be the victory for I was going to say 64 for reals. ETF squadron. But guys, remember, this stream is not yet finished. We still have a ways to go. We will be interviewing both teams' leaderships in the just in a few minutes after we get everything sorted out and everyone landed out over the runway. That means that you guys can just get ready your questions for both teams' leaders, and they will be answering them for you. So guys, remember, first we'll see DC masterfully doing a landing here to win the round for ETF. Afterwards, we'll be having a minor break, just 2 to 5 minutes out, to get both team leaderships into the conversation into the group chat so we can interview them out. And after that, we will be analyzing the tag views to Bear confirm me if you are going to join me, just to be sure, because this has been a long match.
Absolutely. If I'm welcome, I'm there.
You are more than welcome, mate. You know more than me what has going on. So I know for sure that you are going to be capable of helping me out to analyze the tag views and help the viewers understand what has gone on all along the fight.
Oh, I thought I was here just for my good looks and cunning sense of humor.
Well, of course, but that's also. But I mean, I trust more your knowledge more than the sense of humor. Even though it's a very nice one, though.
They've always said I have a face for radio.
Well, at least I can say that you have the voice for doing a co-host. That's for sure.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm more than happy that you decided to join me today in this match. So a big shout out.
Thank you so much for having me.
I mean, it's my pleasure, mate. A big shout out to Green Reaper's Captain Bear, not Beer. Beer, that's for later when we do the Tacview analysis. To be together with me today, being the co-host for this match between ETF and 64th Squadron.
So, what's happening now?
So this is just.
Why is she so slow?
She has the RPM for it, and she's just taking it very soft landing. She's being very precautious.
Very precautious. Massively pressured landing.
That's it.
Don't hit a fence. Do not hit a fence.
Not a fence for sure. Okay, give me a sec. I'm going to sort out the interview afterwards. Give me a sec, guys. Okay, Rage will be only with us just for a brief moment. He has to drive back 200 miles. I mean, I remember talking with him the other day, and he had to drive 200 miles to come to the fight, and he's driving back 200 miles back to whatever he's doing. So that's quite the drive just to participate in this fight. And Reese also have to. Okay, this should be a short one. So guys, give me a sec. We'll be going out. This is a victory for ETF. So congratulations, ETF. And guys, stay tuned. We'll be doing an interview in just a few minutes with ETF leadership and 64th leadership. See you in just a few minutes, guys. Stay tuned. Okay, gents, we are back alive. Now we are together with both ETF and 64 leadership. I'm going to present everyone we have over here. First and foremost, Green Bear, not Beer, that's for later, that we have here. He's been my co-host for all this match. Please, Bear, say hi to the viewers.
Hi guys, and welcome Breeze, Riker, and next.
That's it. And now we have Breeze and Riker from ETFs. Please, both of you, say hi to the viewers.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
And of course, last but not least, Rage from 64th Aggressor.
Hey guys, hi. Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to be here with you all. First and foremost, ETF, congratulations for your win with this nerve-wracking fight. I mean, it came as a surprise for every one of us how the fight developed. We didn't know up to the last moment who was going to win this fight for reals. So, congratulations for both teams. This fight was a very, very nice fight to watch, and I was expecting a very nice fight, but not to this level. So, really, really congratulations for both teams. What a show you put down range today. So first, in the meantime, that the guys over the chat get the question.
And oh, sorry, yes.
No. Okay. I thought that. Okay, it seems like we're having a bit of lag problem. Please, guys, continue.
Because when we started Seccond a year ago, we were nowhere near 64th level, and they were always kind of like a goal for us, like a squadron we would look up to for their skill and whatnot. And to even be able to play against them and actually manage to beat them was just something magical for our squadron.
Yeah, makes sense.
Congrats to you guys. You guys did really well. You know, we've noticed that you guys have obviously been training a lot and have progressed massively since last year. And you deserve the win today. It was a really good match. Some really good tactics by you guys with the double sorting of the 14s with the 18s and the GIFs. So yeah, it was a great match. You deserved victory, and you know, good luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
So guys, of course, while we are waiting for the question from the chat to come, I have to ask the usual question I start with. I want to hear first from ETF side, secondly from you Rage side. What were your thoughts on this match? Were you thinking you were going to win? Were you thinking that it was going to be a level out fight? That's what I want to know right now.
Well, from the ETF side, we kind of we went into this thing.
Okay, really, Riker connection is playing on him.
No, the way that they play style, and they're a very challenging team. So that's why we're quite surprised actually we managed to win. We thought it was going to be quite a neck and neck fight, and we weren't really sure who was going to win on any of the rounds and before the rounds. But to actually manage to come through and win was very happy for us.
Yeah, well, we noticed when we were watching Tacview of them that they like to have one big, I think, 5-ship in the middle with one guy flanking. So we expected that. So our strategy was more based on, let's try splitting them up into a 2-ship and a 3-ship, or a 3-ship and a 3-ship, and then kind of separating the fight out and firing ARMMs, firing SC10s.
Breeze, you there?
Not so much.
Is it cutting out a little bit for?
Yeah, it is cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah, so not only we have problem with the illegal dynamic, we also have problem with Discord today. Come on, for reals.
Should we change the server region for the Discord chat?
Well, I think it will be that then. Since no worries about that. Okay, Rage, all yours, mate.
Yeah, I mean, we've scrimmed ETF a couple of times at friendlies, and we've noticed that they've come a long way. I really like the way they double sort with F14 and the GIFs. So we were trying to bleed them off missiles, I guess, the first round, but we ended up being a little bit too passive and getting pushed back. And once you get pushed back, it's easy to try and defend the 120 and then die to a Phoenix or vice versa. So second round, we were a lot more aggressive, and I think that worked better for us. So we were able to claw that back. And the third round was a similar kind of strategy, but it was really close, I have to say. And they came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close fight up to the last moment. Okay, I'm getting a question from the chat. Let me find it once again. Where it was. Okay, from Draxius asking Riker and Breeze, what was your biggest obstacle preparing for this match?
Not knowing what they were gonna do and that change in bringing a Tomcat. That was the biggest obstacle because they have MRAM carriers, and then in between, when you have a Phoenix launch, to identify the Phoenix and defend accordingly without breaking your own strategy on the right is extremely difficult. That's what we try to do to them, but instead they tried doing it to us as well. So it was a two-ship. So that was probably the biggest obstacle, that having that Tomcat in there. That was the hardest part.
Yeah, that second round pincer.
Okay, so I have a question from PVNKGG. I don't know if this is a joke question or not, so that's why I'm going to put it down. And please, Rach, confirm if it's going to be answered or not. No problem whatsoever. Question 464. Have your flying improved since you guys switched from flying flankers to NATO airplanes?
Deliberated, you cut off there.
Okay.
Try
You're
again.
cutting off. Say again.
Okay, I just received a question from VVNKGG. I don't know if this is a joke question or a serious one, so that's why I just want to be sure with you, Rach. This is a question for you guys. Had your flight has improved since you guys switched from flying flankers to NATO airplanes?
What's a flanker? Is my joke reply.
Okay, so
there's another question there for. I don't know
yeah,
who that one's. 64th.
Yeah, that's the one. It's from the aerospace professional. Ask 64, what tactic will 64 think about which will have led them to win by analyzing the flight?
Say that again. Deliver it.
Yeah, I'm going to formulate that. I think
I'll read it for you if you want.
Yeah, but I think what he's trying to imply is that he wants to know, in hindsight, what this tactic decision you will be employing after what you have seen with ETF to win the third round, if possible.
I think I'd have to look at the tac views, to be honest. I mean, one option is to fly GIFs. Another option is maybe I don't think the flanks did an awful lot.
You there, mate?
Again?
It's cutting out. I'm going to change the
yes,
region
please.
Off this call.
Yes, yeah. Do so, please. Russia, good region.
Здравствуйте. Are we all
Спасибо.
Yes.
Please, Rach, continue. Rach, you there?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. You want to continue talking about that, or should we continue with the questions?
What was the last question about the strategy?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I was just going to say, you know, we have to watch the tac view, but I think our flanks weren't doing an awful lot for us in that third round. So maybe the strategy needs to change and have a more rigid box, or go back to 2 stingers or something like that, so that we have a bit more depth, maybe, rather than being so wide.
I have to be honest with you. Those 2 in the second round, which are way out, were actually a big problem.
Yes,
because of them, all of our Tomcats joined all their love missiles on them, and then we had some unfortunate issues in the middle, which led to us losing. But those flanks baited way too many missiles out, which we regretted. We're like, oh no, we wasted too much on them.
I was practically fighting the
round 3 then, because I think we had a similar flank then. Did they?
But they weren't actually spread out as much. They were way more closer.
That's interesting. Okay, cool.
Okay, next question from Bluefin234. That's a question for you all. So first ETF, then 64. With the Eurofighter coming to the game, do you think you will use it in its masses, or mix it with another airframe?
When it comes out, we'll have to see if its performance is even as good as they say it is, because it all depends on modeling. But if it can carry AMRAMs, then I don't think we have any doubts that the Meteor will be banned. Yeah, if it can carry AMRAMs, even if it's a C7, it'll definitely be banned, the Meteor. Other than that, I don't see any issue.
I love the Eurofighter. It's probably my favorite plane of all time, so I would fly even with AIM-9s.
With the Eurofighter, if the Meteor somehow is allowed, it would probably be equivalent to a Tomcat in terms of its role, because it can shoot long range at high and fast missiles. and kind of fill that kind of artillery role that we have. For us, it would, if it's that good, or maybe even replace the Jeffs if it's better than the Jeffs. But we have no idea yet. We have to see how they model it, how the restrictions are going to be for competitions, or if they're even good in the game. So we have to see.
I think the
Yeah,
biggest
it's
reason
a
to
bit
ban
early.
it would be more based on diversity. If the media is so much better than everything else, and why fly anything else? I
Yeah,
think
well,
competition,
Europe,
everyone wants diversity, especially in TAC compared to SATAL. Well, now everyone's gonna fly Jeffs. In TAC, we have a pretty decent amount of mix of Hornets, Vipers, and a bit of Jeffs, and a bit of Tomcats. It's a good, nice mix.
it's a nice
Unlike
mix.
all gonna be Jeffs. It's gonna be weird, but it's all
Hey,
gonna be
even some
Jeffs.
F5s, even some F5s in
Yeah,
tact
even
as well.
F5. What is
Yeah.
that?
The F5
MiG-21
taking
next week?
off 3 enemies. That was a marvelous situation the other fight.
Might bring a MiG-21 next week. Keep an eye on.
Yes, please do so. Okay, 2 more questions from the viewers, and then I'll let Bear ask any question that he has for you guys, and we'll finish the interview for today because I know you guys are a bit in a rush. I don't want to impose ourselves too much today, so we'll be keeping it short. So, question from Generic Gamble for 64th, specifically for X16 pilots. Do you feel that the 16 flight model in game will be better or worse for competitive than the BMS flight model? If worse, how do you feel a BMS type flight model in DCS will affect the competition, such as SATAL or TAC21?
Oh boy, I don't know. I mean, I haven't really flown BMS very much at all. I flew the original Flanker 4, so I don't know. But I think the flight model issues are mostly to do with like the BFM side of things. So it probably doesn't affect BVR competitions that much. So and it's probably like relatively small differences. So I don't think it's a big deal, to be honest. Maybe for the guns tournament, saying yeah, sure, but for attack and stuff, I don't think so.
Okay. So please, Rach, whenever you can, please send me an invite for your Discord because I've been asked over the chat for the contact information. Of course, I will be allowing you guys to tell the viewers how they can contact you and join your team and such. Just in a few more questions, just for all you to know. Okay. But in the meantime, you can provide a link for your Discord or however you want to be contacted. That would be awesome. So next question
Sure.
goes for ETF. What do you think was the mistake or series of mistakes that led 64th to lose in first and third round? And the same question for 64. What do you think was the biggest mistake made by ETF in the second round? And please, ETF, go first.
Do you want to go Breeze, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, I think that wasting those missiles on those outer 2 flanks was the biggest problem. So then after we were done forcing them cold, we had nothing left for the middle.
I know
And
he's talking about
also,
their rounds, Breeze, not us.
huh?
What happened with their rounds? I'm talking about what went wrong with their rounds, not our rounds.
Oh, I think we forced them cold. That's the whole point of our Hornet, to just be a bit of spam rammy, force them cold, and let the Jets push. Like you might have noticed how much I notch compared to Aspen. He tries to turn cold more than I do, and I just turn back in and kind of be really aggressive. But I think that them not being as aggressive in round 1 led to their death.
And I think for round 3, because the pincer worked so well on round 2, for having it spread out a bit too far was the problem with that there, because it didn't put as much pressure on our group. We could just practically ignore the flankers. Flankers is in the pincer people, because they weren't really a factor compared to the second round, because that second round put a lot of pressure onto us, whereas the third round, it was basically a 6v4 in the middle, because we could just ignore the guys on the outside.
Okay, Rach, if you so wish.
Yeah, round 2. I think they took early losses. So once a team starts taking an early loss, it becomes increasingly difficult to come back. And I think one of their guys C-fitted, and then we got another kill relatively quickly or something. One of them was maybe defending a missile and crashed. So once they took early losses and we were being more aggressive, then it sort of snowballed from there, and it was much easier. Is what I would say. Yeah,
I
it's
would
a
agree with
general
that.
rule I find that, in matches like these where it's close and teams are matched pretty good, once if and when a team takes an early loss, it just becomes exponentially more difficult to come back.
definitely does. So I don't want to impose that much time on you, as I said, okay? So for the viewers, we will be closing questions right now. Bear all yours for any questions you want to make for both teams. And after that, we'll be giving both teams the options to advertise themselves, so you all guys can get to know how to contact them in case you want to train against them, join their team, or whatever you may prefer to do so, okay? So Bear, all yours.
Thank you very much, Riker and Breeze. Congratulations! What a good win on that. I noticed in round 3 your use of missiles was far less than in round 1 and 2. Was that planned? Was that changed? Spoken
Yeah,
about?
so after round 2, when we already wasted the missiles, we realized what we did. So we made sure that round 3, we don't waste it on some random guy flanking really far
Flanker,
away.
yeah.
It's not actually a threat. Because this is AMRAMs, and if you can notch, the speed of the missile is fairly useless. So you can just bait them out and
Yeah,
preserve the phantoms.
that was nice and visually obvious. Well done. And then Rage, hard luck. It's got to be a winner. But you guys flew with courage, and it was a joy to watch. We've all been in the position where we've lost a round, particularly the first round. How do you encourage teams to come back and take that second round? It's unfortunate that you couldn't roll the momentum forward, but specifically talking about, and in fact the same thing applies to Breeze and Riker. You both were at a place where you were down a round and you needed to come back. How do you motivate your team to pull it out?
If you look at our
Show.
history,
Yeah, one
just for
thing. Sorry,
recently,
I'm going to interrupt just a
Sorry,
second.
Breeze.
Rage, yeah.
It's for Rage first.
Oh,
Yeah,
Rage,
he's
sorry.
out. He's just he has to go. So Rex, if you can answer, perfect. If not, we can close it up
Yeah,
with you.
sure. I can. Yeah, just quickly. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, you got to roll with it. So if you take an early loss, sometimes that you need a bit of experience. Then you need to have experienced that before and just realize that just adapt your tactic a little bit. You got to put it behind you and just focus on the round ahead. It's easier said than done sometimes. But yeah, that would be my advice to other teams. Like, it's the same for any sort of professional exam you take, or any sports you play. You got to play every point for what it is, and not ponder too much about what happened before, and put it behind you and just have fun. These competitions are for fun. It's not, no one's getting rich or
Yeah.
making a lot of money or getting, it's just for fun. So enjoy it and put it behind you and see if you can do better the next round. And that's what we did for round 2. It didn't work out for round 3, but it was still really great fight, really enjoyable. And it doesn't put me off flying the next match. So yeah.
Well done, and congratulations to your team, Rage and Breeze and Riker.
Yeah, very nice fight for
Thank you,
you and
Rage.
your team, Rage. Thank you for joining us, and I'll leave you to go back your 200 miles back to wherever you have to go.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you, Rage.
All right, thanks, guys. Good luck for the next rounds, and we'll be watching.
Thank you.
And just a final thing I'm going to say is thanks again to the streamers. They've been awesome. They've made the competition their own. They've injected their own personalities and style into TACT, and we're really grateful to them, because it could be completely different without the streamers. So
Absolutely.
it's definitely something I've enjoyed, and I'll be watching the other streams from today later on in the week, and then I'll be watching the semi-final and final as well.
Thank you, mate, for the part that goes to me. And thank you for having us. It has been a very nice experience for me, at least, and I appreciate for all the rest of the streamers to be able to do this kind of thing for the community. This is a new experience for me and many of us, and one that I'm enjoying a lot for sure. So, okay, Rach, I won't take any more of your time. Thank you for joining us. Safe travels back home, and hope to see you and your team coming back with another TACT21 tournament before Christmas, possibly.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, we'll do another one soon after everyone's had a little bit of a rest from the finals, and then we'll set another one up.
So, guys, TACT21-2 is confirmed. Get ready. Perfect.
Training already.
Okay, Rach, thank you guys. Thank you for coming. ETF, I would like to hear your answer to a question that Bear has asked before. If you don't remember, Bear, please come back with it. If not, and we'll proceed.
Don't worry. So if you look at our match history, we tend to win whenever we do win a game. We win the first round and lose the second round, and then so because that has happened to us so many times, we've kind of it's kind of easy to motivate the boys when and girl, because Dizzy, we just say to them, hey, look, guys, it's the ETF way. We win the first round, we lose the second round. We can always win the third round. Come on, guys. And that kind of motivates them. They don't really get too disheartened by that because it's kind of tradition by now.
Okay, that's
Good
okay.
answer, thank you.
Okay, so close this.
Sorry?
Yeah, good answer. That's what he said. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, yeah, because it like it a bit.
Okay, Bear, anything more you want to bring, Bear?
Negative. How much fuel did Dizzy have at the end of round 1, and where was Nate Dogg? End of round 3, and where was Nate Dogg going to?
Oh, well, Dizzy had loads of fuel. Nate had 200 pounds of fuel left, and he got a little bit lost for some reason. And
for that phone.
Yeah. But Dizzy had lots of fuel. Nate had no fuel. That's basically the gist of what happened. Nate was going to the Congo or something. He was going somewhere completely different to where he needed to go. But Dizzy had lots. She had roughly around 3,000 pounds left in the Jeff, which is quite a lot in the Jeff.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Well done.
Okay, then I want to close this section up. I think that Rach is still with us. That's correct?
Yep, just about.
Okay, perfect. Then I just want to close this interview up just by allowing both teams to present their team and how they can contact them. So, Rach, if you can guide the viewers how to contact you and get to know you guys, that would be perfect.
Yeah, just check us out on our Discord. And we have a TAC Discord as well, and you'll see the addresses and invites on our forum posts and stuff, so it's all there. If you're interested, just hit us up.
Okay, and of course for ETF side, please, how can these guys contact you if they want to?
We have a Discord. You can hop in there. If you want to join, there's an apply section. If you want to scrim, you can just message me, and yeah, that's really it.
Okay, guys, so thank you, all of you, for coming here and doing this interview. I know you are all of you running out of time, so I won't take any more of it. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations to ETF for winning this marvelous, nerve-wracking up to last moment fight between you guys and 64th Squadron, Aggressor Squadron. And guys, thank you for joining us for this interview.
Thank you very much. You've been an absolutely great streamer.
Cheers, guys, and good night or good morning.
Good morning now, yes.
Bye-bye, gents. Thank you for joining us.
Goodbye.
No worries. See ya.
See you. And for the viewers, we'll be doing a brief break. We'll be getting ready Tacviews to analyze them. Bear will be with me analyzing them. Of course, it's midnight for him and me, so we'll be keeping it as short as possible. Tomorrow, plenty of us have things to do, so we'll be doing it as short as possible. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes. See you after the break. So guys, as promised, we are back. Bear is with me. We are going to check Tacviews right now. Of course, as said before, I trust Bear eyes and knowledge more than mine. So, well, that's why I wanted to have him with me, not only for the jokes and the puns. That's one of his expertise, but I trust even more so on his knowledge about tactics and... Oh, really? My mind's getting smashy right now. Tactics and decision making of all has of everything who has been going on with the match. So shall we start there?
Hit it.
Okay, so first we are looking right now to round 1 of the fight between 64th and ETF. As I said, guys, it's a bit late, so we'll be keeping it shorter than usual, but at least we'll be analyzing what has been going on, the most important facts. So Bear,
Recall the
yeah,
Tomcats on ETF side firing quite long range missiles. It'll be nice to follow those missiles to see. There we go. There's the first one, and yes, so 70 miles,
yeah.
75 miles. How much of an impact that had on Rage? There's another one that's a little bit less than 70 miles.
Yeah, that one did connect, and the second one also did track though. And those two missiles both went for Rage though, so that's a pity.
Yeah.
That's a pity.
Interesting. Well, I mean, he's got the notch there, and then it looked like it acquired, and but it had lost its legs because of the distance that it was fired at.
Yeah.
So it's there was also this big turn if you look at the missile path of the Blue Phoenix that was fired by Riker. That'll lose a tremendous amount of energy. It did turn them cold, so it was effective in that sense. That allowed TF to gain more territory.
That's it. Okay, let's continue to watch out the fight. We're here. So of course we see here that 64 is trying to push in the middle, but what we are seeing is Riker is just sending those Phoenix downrange to put 64 in the defensive. Also Dormouse sending those Phoenixes towards Tau Hermit and X-Man just right now. Yeah,
Phoenixes on cold targets from those distances, they can be dangerous, but in most cases, like they've run out of steam. It'll be interesting to see the speed and altitude of Dormouse when fired them. That last Phoenix.
This one?
Yeah, so we're looking at the pilot speed and altitude.
Yeah, this one was headed toward Rage.
Right, so he's relatively low and he's relatively slow. If he was a little bit higher and he had more speed behind him, that would definitely have more of an impact, but it still gets the job done in the sense of turning them cold.
Yeah, and you guys, oh, here it is. Of course, we see in this match we have lots of problem with more so with the 18s sending Fox 3s towards friendly fire. I mean, you can see Breeze defending here this to 120 just from Aspen out of nowhere, and this is something
keep them on their toes. That's what you got to do. You got to keep them on their toes. Normally it's the leader that must shoot at the teammates, not the teammates the leader, but every now and then. Yeah, no idea what went wrong there. That's shocking.
Yeah.
And I mean that could be just disastrous. Oh, terrible.
Okay, so of course we see here Rage sending on 120 towards Nate Dogg here, but even a mile 10. But we've seen all along this tournament that mile 10 launches can be dangerous, but if you know how to defend, they are not that dangerous at all. And ETF and 64 know the way out of doing these kind of defenses. Like they are very used to do this kind of things, so that's not a surprise that they managed to defend these ones. And right. I recall the start of this round that everything went okay. There's some missiles here and there and such. You can see this Phoenix flying up here, but everything was going very calm. I mean, we had grinded setup in both sides from 64th and ETF, and just exchange some missiles here and there. But it was just up to this point here that Dormouse started to score against Rage, against 64th with his finish that took down Rage. And here this finish from Riker that I recall that also killed Sam here. So it was,
yeah, so that
here was the turning point for this fight.
absolutely. Can you just go back to before Rage get hit, in the sense of Rage fires a missile out? I mean, there's a decent range. It's obviously off bore and potentially also at Dormouse.
Yeah,
That
it is for him. Yeah,
but that's one of the problems with the off-bore side missiles, is they do tend to drop quite quickly, as well as the fact is, look at the missile losing all the energy from doing that massive turn. Rage is in a downward dive, and missiles being fired in a downward trajectory at a target that's above him. It's got to lift up, and it doesn't have the full potential of it. Obviously, he knew he was close. He knew he was potentially in trouble, and that unfortunately ultimately led to his demise.
that's it.
Can we see Sam's? Okay, so Sam also gets taken out by a high Phoenix. He's in a notch. He might.
Sorry, no, yeah.
Okay, he probably saw that, and then he tried to achieve the notch while he's in that turn. He's definitely trying to notch it, just not finding that notch, unfortunately. And then the decision to go cold. Ooh, is it a C-fit? Yeah.
Yeah.
From that distance, you can't outrun a Phoenix. Maybe try and use some coverage, some ground coverage, but that's flatland. So dangerous. It's scared. You got to trust the notch, I guess. But we've all done it. All been killed by these damn things. I take pride in the fact that I'm prepared to take it myself for mine.
Yeah. Okay, shall we continue here? I mean, this was the turning point for 64th first round that they got annihilated. I mean, that's the only way of saying it. They get a kill 6-0, and of course, afterwards we've seen that they came back. But we can see DC here coming with that with a missile defense against a missile Phoenix. Sorry, just 10 mile sight, sending her SD-10 towards X-Man. At the same time, just notching that missile that came back very close, but not enough to be a problem. And
Yeah, it's a
just-
little bit. I mean, it's lucky in the sense that she just happened to be in close enough to the perfect notch. Obviously, she's aware of it. Missile coming from her lovely aircraft. She was in a very lucky situation. If she was a little bit higher, that could have been deadly. But well done on getting that notch right perfectly. Oh, actually, did it hit the ground? Did she?
yeah, it
line
did
sight
hit the ground. Yep. This
Or
missile,
did it hit her?
no, it did hit the ground in front of her. It did lost
Oh,
track here.
fantastic! Line of sight. Okay, fantastic.
Yep. Okay, so
well
of course we see Yaga here in this first round. He was just falling back very high, and just 47. That's very high, and 1.3 Mach. So that's a very risky missile. But he was out of the fight most of the time up to this moment. And of course he's sending out missiles that are very they are coming close. But of course, I think that this situation, Yaga was too far, too late to make any kind of difference for this round, first round at least.
It's a potential that, I mean, being that high, you're vulnerable. So he potentially lost the lock before it went Pitbull. With the sharp turn, he does go into a big dive. Potentially, it's just a timing thing. He might have been out by 1 second or 2 seconds, just missing that Pitbull range.
Yeah.
Is it another notch? Are we just
No, here
are we
that's
looking
solved.
at masters of the notch?
But this situation is solved. I think the interesting part is here, where we see that DC and Breeze okay, this is the missile that got notched before, and now Breeze is coming to help DC. I think this is the next kill of this match. I think this is the one. X-Man trying to defend this Phoenix. No, oh no, it was not for X-Man, or was it?
It took out Hermit.
Yeah.
Hermit.
I mean, we thought that this one. I recall this one. We thought it was for Herman.
It was tracking, and Tail Hermit flew into the path of it, and it decided, no, you're a better idea, and took it out. That's some crazy missile stuff. That's unlucky. Very
unlucky situation for sure.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
Yep, sometimes happens, and sometimes you get a friendly fire from your teammates. We have seen this happening in this match a few times. Of course, DC here coming once again with a very nice notch. She really knows how to notch down to the ground. She's been putting those finishes out of order.
Absolutely. So the ground filter is definitely helping to get those notches right, showing yourself invisible on the radars, losing them.
Yeah, of course, thanks to this onslaught of missiles coming in from ETF, they managed to put X-Man and No Wheels just out cold, and Jaga is out here very high, trying to help his teammates, trying to put the left flank of ETF back into cold situation, but he cannot make that difference at this moment. Of course, he's just trying to make the space for X-Man and No Wheels to come back and help him come back into this situation where they are just facing 6 airplanes with only 3 in the side. But you can see here that ETF just went all guns, so just 3 missiles up to just 1 target. That's something usually we don't see that often, and it's usually ill-advised for this kind of situation, as far as my understanding goes. And correct me if I'm wrong here.
No, not at all. It was an F-18 that fired those missiles, and they had 8 more, or 7 more.
Yeah, you're right.
The speed of that 54 from Dormouse that hits Jaeger, it's incredibly slow for. I mean, I know it's low down to the deck, but I would have expected it to be at least a Mach or 2 faster than that.
Yeah, but I think it's still accelerating. It's still accelerating though. I think that is still with the engine turned on.
Yeah.
Because this is just a mile 5 shot. Yeah, the engine is still burning for sure. Interesting one. Okay, what more we have here? Of course, we have an exchange between X-Man and Aspen here, just flying alongside the Lost 120s, and Aspen just spam ramming him out and taking X-Man out of commission. No Will just trying to put at least one member from ETF down on the sky, sending those finishes downrange. I'm9's getting busted. Raiken, well, trying to kill any kind of animal still alive on the surface of this Persian Wolf map.
Absolutely. We're burning their fur off as well with those flares.
Yeah.
I remember this with them not knowing where they are. I mean, they're side by side. Okay, so No Wheels does see him, but if I recall correctly, No Wheels might be out of.
No, he doesn't know where Riker is right now. They don't know where each other is. They are looking for each other.
And then attacks coming in from the side.
Yeah. So Breeze here, just sending an SD-10 downrange, and that's all for round 1 of this fight. Of course, we are going to load up round 2. Orjo, sorry.
Can we see where the one where we lost the one ETF guy?
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for reminding that one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the one. Oh! No, this. Okay, so no. It was not as 6-0. You can see that Nate Dot. Yeah, so Nate Dot decided, okay, this is too good of a win. We have to level things out. So Dormouse,
absolutely,
you are out of order, mate.
Absolutely, Dormouse became Dead Mouse from Nate Dog decided. That's it.
And you guys know this has happened a few times this match.
So that's that. Yeah, wow. So that's 3 friendlies in this match.
I think it was at least 2 friendly kills this match for sure. That I'm almost sure.
At least 2, potentially 3, but not necessarily the same team.
Yeah, interesting. And I think all of them came from 18s though. All of them. Interesting.
Missile truck.
Okay, let us jump to round 2, guys. Give me a sec. I'm going to move this one fast forward. Okay, here we are. And here we are. Perfect. Okay.
This is 64th's revenge.
Yes, this is the one where 64 went with no wheels and Jaga out of the bubble. You can see just...
So as you heard Bree saying that the flanks did cause problems for them in both round 1 and round 2 with the fact that they wasted too many missiles on the flanks because of their distance. So that's good reason to use it.
Yep. I mean, of course, when you come with something unexpected, then you get the advantage over the enemy. So that's only if just that is a good enough idea. It's a good enough decision to do so. To do something very different to what the enemy team is expecting altogether.
That's right.
Okay, and we see Riker sending his Phoenix downrange 80-mile shot. Oh, not to Sam though. Or maybe it got notched. But this one tried to acquire someone else here. No, just went out of energy. Okay.
Now, nice and aggressive from 64th with Sam. So there's a notch and then turning hot immediately after that. Really good. To keep the pressure up. That's why they did get to dominate Bulls. Go past it. Phoenix out on Rage. I don't know if it's tracking.
Yeah, Riker, they were talking. Riker had to devote himself to keep Jaga out of the fight entirely. And when you have to put one F-14 just to push one enemy downrange out, and you can see also Dormouse having to face no wheels here because that's what's going to become a big problem. That's quite annoying for sure.
Definitely could have become a big problem.
All yours.
With Jaeger in those circles, I think his RWR was giving him mixed signals. It was because he does some strange maneuvers here. Oh, wait, what? Oh, he's dropping his tank. So there, he's notched the missile.
Yeah.
And it's odd that he didn't turn back in. Maybe he was uncertain whether there was another missile coming at him.
Yeah, sorry, I had to kick out someone from the chat. Just, yeah, you know, these bots posting things out. Sorry. I'm back with you.
Yeah, so it's almost like he's disoriented here.
Yeah.
The enemy's to his left is, but he's got a plan.
I mean, he's off the fight, but not that much. I mean, at least he's making...
Unless he is trying to... Now, okay, there's a massive off-ball.
Yeah.
Again. They're successful in the sense of you don't realize they're coming, but they lose so much speed in the turn and so much energy.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't count on those off-ball shots to be really usable when you are this far away. I mean, we are talking about 37 miles out. It's not as if you are 20 miles out. Well, then at 20 miles out, I would expect that one to be very preoccupying, very alarming shot for the enemy team. But this distance, I mean, what you are going to achieve is only to put Riker in this situation to turn out cold. That's all. If you manage to do so, at least.
Yeah, and do you necessarily want to turn him out cold at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, it's better to keep on bringing Riker towards you, so you bring Riker out of the fight, as they were doing very nicely from the start.
Yeah. Look, they're a great team and they know what they're doing.
They do know for sure. I mean, you can see that even
more than I do, that's for sure.
Well, if they know more than you, well, tell them I'll be. I'm just a newcomer to all this PvP thing.
No, they know a lot more. Do that.
Okay, and here ETF was pushing 64 to the northern area.
Have we lost anybody yet?
I
I'm
think
counting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we lost one. Where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, around here.
Okay, so
2, 3, and 3. This one. This.
6. There, Seafit. It's in the middle on the left, just by your mouse.
Yeah.
So X-Man gets a maneuver kill on Dizzy.
That's
Oh
it.
dear, Dizzy.
That's it.
Well, she made up for it in the last round. That's
Well,
for
of
sure.
course, NATO seems like he came by just to be sure that she was dead. I mean, this missile, if not, I think he was facing DC maybe, trying to shoot her.
Yeah. Okay. So
No.
yeah,
Off the rails
Dizzy-
without
Dizzy-
target.
Dizzy was too desperate to get into the notch, and she stalled and
Yeah.
dropped to the ground. Her speed is very, very, very slow there.
Yeah. This is not a situation where you want to be. At 0.5 Mach, that's not enough for sure to be defend at that kind of distances.
So left wing drop and
Yep, and then everything came down for ETF.
yeah, getting that call from a player in your team going, "I'm out, dead,"
Yeah.
is horrible feeling.
Yeah, I'm also when it's the first of the match. For NATO here, this is the kind of missiles that we were talking about. Okay, this first one, mile 10. Okay, that's a correct one, putting some into the defense situation. But this one of the rail is just aiming downwards. It's not going to be put into good use. Also, when you know that the enemy airplane is going to be notching that first one.
So it's interesting when you have too many missiles, then you waste. One of our training sessions, we subtract 2 Fox 3s.
Yeah.
And we do them in scrims with 2 missiles missing to be more conservative. I think that's the problem. If we got given an extra 12, we would still run out of them because you think they'll never end.
Yeah.
Shooting on cold targets are difficult unless you have altitude on them.
Okay, and we can
and a short range.
Yeah, you can see, for example, Sam here, he's doing an off-board shot in Aspen, but this is very close by, and this is the correct way of sending those missiles. Okay, Aspen is turning to defend, but of course, he's trying to notch that missile, but he's too high, too slow to manage to do so.
Yeah.
And Sam is just out-called at this moment. That's how you do an off-board Fox 3 for sure.
That one worked out nice.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation it's very interesting because, of course, we have 64 that they are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are,
6 versus
yeah.
4.
Yeah, that's the thing.
6 versus 4.
Yeah, but even so, 64, they are turning out cold. They are regrouping down here in the northern area for them. And Sam is entirely alone over here, but managed to send 120 downrange. And I think that this is the one that killed Breeze. No, he managed to dodge this one.
Master.
Yeah, but this gives 64 enough space to regroup and commit back to ETF for sure. And Jaga here is centering the fight once again, but he's way too far, isn't it? I mean, he's like, no, he's not that far away. Just 23 miles out, but we are seeing that off both sides missiles and to NATO, in fact. Where is Jaga here? This is what we are talking. This is a 30-mile shot, what NATO and off board. Even if you are that fast, I wouldn't expect that one to connect like at all.
No.
Okay, let us check. Okay, Jaga here managed. Oh, this is a kill. Where is the kill? Oh no, this is the missile that gets destroyed. Yep. And Jaga here. Wow, this one was very close by. I didn't remember this one. So this is what you told before about being too high. you are very protected for this kind of missiles, isn't it?
Yeah, the higher you are, the thinner the air, the faster the missile can travel. And also, the less maneuverable your aircraft. So,
Yeah.
it's one of those dangerous places to be because the aircraft doesn't move as sharp as you'd like it to be. The air is thin, and the missile cuts through it. Can cause serious, grievous bodily harm.
Yeah, it does. So that's why I remember we were trying practicing such, and we said, okay, we don't have to go to Angels 40. It's not a good decision for us. We did prefer to train and fight going down below, because with more dense air, we have enough capacity to maneuver our airframe or airplane and do something. At that high, we could not defend at all, and not at least with our level, chrono level at least. So Riker
This
here,
stage
all yours.
in the scrim, at this stage in the scrim, to be up that high is quite scary when there's so many ships around. But
Yeah.
they've got some kills, and they do have a numbers advantage. So getting up high will give better situational awareness of what's going on that you can relay, but it's also a dangerous place to.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he has paid the price with his life in this situation because of that. But no wheels was
Okay.
closer by, lower, and he managed to put those finishes down into Riker here.
Absolutely, that was and as well as dodge nudge Riker's Phoenix.
Yeah, finish too. I mean, we can see here, Riker did take down Jagger. Jagger, I think, was trying to find no wheels here, but he tried, but no wheels managed to put 2 downrange and 1 did track. The other one did also track. No, the other one didn't track though. And well,
No.
here he just outrun the missile, that's all.
Yo.
Yeah. So now we have 64. Okay, we have 2 guys from ETF here yet. Out of the fight entirely. Oh, that I didn't recall. So Breeze here is alone against 1, 2, 3, and potentially X-Man he comes back, that I don't remember. And he just keep on pushing.
Tab's going for Dormouse. That I think becomes Dead Mouse. And so X-Men and Tab are working nicely as a grinder to sort out that western side, and yeah, Breeze was all alone, but he does, I think, manage to take out 2 of them.
I don't recall. No, here we had a team kill, that I remember right now.
Second team kill.
Yeah, he did kill here, no wheels. So no wheels, no nothing, no wings. And then I think it was Rage that took off Sam here. I think. No, no. Yes, aim 9s, downrange, Breeze get killed. So where? Okay, and this is something we've seen sometimes with these new updates. Of course.
Missile kills.
Yeah, missile kills. I mean, of course, this is not intentional. It's easily seen, no problem whatsoever. But we've seen this thing happening from time to time, more so with the finishes. Okay, let's just watch. I mean, this round.
You mean the 120 Charlies?
Yeah, 120 Charlies fixing themselves into the Phoenixes even more than the 14s.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen that during our trainings, and that was something that was exasperating for sure.
4v2. Dormouse and Nightdog, and if I recall correctly, they weren't very many missiles.
I think you're right. I mean, Dormouse here just trying to pull them off. Because of course, Nightdog facing Rage over here, defending, managed to defend 1, defend 2. Dormouse over here just playing around with 2 enemy airframes. But of course, Nightdog, no, doesn't manage to defend the 3rd one. By the meantime,
yeah, I'm guessing Nightdog was out of missiles, so he couldn't reply.
Yeah. And this is, I think this was the friendly kill over here. Well, X-Man sent one to the ground. Yeah, this is the one. from Rage.
Yeah, Rage. Oh dear.
Yeah, I mean,
Rage killing tab.
yep, that's it. Well, in this case, Rage is the team leader, so he's entitled to kill his friendlies, to keep them on their toes all the time,
Yeah.
even when they are in a dogfight.
Yeah, true.
Okay, and that's
All
the
right.
final kill.
Please go back. Was that
Sure.
a Fox 2?
The first one was a Fox 3. This is the first one.
The last one. Yeah, Fox.
And this is the one you're looking for, another 120. So Rage still had lots of 120s in possession to this point.
And 3 players left. And
That's
the
it.
wild 120 at the side that doesn't know where it wants.
Yeah, just looking where to park
X-Men.
himself. Yeah, I mean, when this one was fired, I don't even recall this one.
The longest
Really?
lasting rogue.
At this point, wow.
Space station and down.
That's it. Okay, guys, let's just go for round 3, where ETF bring everything home and definitely won over this fight. Just go fast forward to this moment. Yeah, this is the one. This is the round 3/2 after we surpassed the problem with the servers. Okay, sorry. Now we are ready. Okay, so this fight, I remember that you correctly pointed out that ETF was saving their missiles more than the first round for sure, and more than the second one.
Absolutely. Yeah, good on them for realizing we weren't getting the deaths from the missiles, so let's save the missiles so that we can get the deaths. Really good idea.
Yeah, it has paid off for them for sure. So, well, I wouldn't say anything against it for sure. But we're seeing those phoenixes coming by just very far away. This time it's only 70 miles out, not those 80 miles that we are seeing first.
Yep.
Of course, tracking, but managed to defend one, and this one too. Perfect. Okay, I remember we were seeing a lot of trade-offs very close by. Yes, very soon after the match started, we see here that Sam and Breeze are just trading off Foxes. Breeze notching here, Rage and Sam putting pressure onto Breeze, but Aspen coming back here and making space for Breeze to come back. But of course, no Wills will not allow to get his getting overwhelmed. But that finish didn't track whatsoever, I'm afraid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still have 6 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we are still 6 against 6 in this situation. Okay, what more we have here? This here, just notching those missiles very close by. Yeah, and now I recall that this round kills were not coming by that easily. I mean, we had to wait up to this moment.
So that, yeah. So Sam takes out Dormouse, and it was wow. So first loss in third round was ETF.
Yeah, that I didn't recall right now. Oh, what a pity.
Bang.
Turning towards the missile, never a good idea. Never. I'm also with a 14. What a pity.
Yeah, but that was close. That was.
Yeah, and he was just turning out cold for this missile.
Yeah.
That's a pity. This one did connect.
Ah,
No, that's
it
another
does.
kill. No, I think this is another kill though. No. It does connect. Sorry, it does connect. Even if just by splash damage.
Yeah. Could be a CFIT.
What? Sorry.
Control flight into crash.
Don't think so. He's way too high though. Rage is still too high. I think this is just a bit of the sync between Tacviews and the server side. You know, we've seen Phoenix having a bit of the same situation. I think this is one of them.
Okay.
Okay, what more? We have no kill. Okay, Sam here just get way too inside, too alone here. after taking down Dormouse, he has to get out.
Yeah,
but
he's got 4 targets on him. He's in trouble.
Yeah.
And he's just losing rage behind him. He has to, yeah, jettison the aircraft or fly away, find some safety,
yeah,
because he's swamped by 4, and 1v4 is always a difficult place to find yourself in.
yeah. I mean, I haven't seen no one coming back from that situation. As in taking down 4 enemy targets, being alone. Well, we've seen an F5 taking down 3 enemy airplanes. We've seen that, but that's the best I've seen so far in this competition. Okay, let us continue here. Okay, tap here, no dock. Okay, we have still 1, 2, 3, 4 pilots from 64th, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys from ETF. So Mago is confirming that that's the thing, by the way, just so you know too.
Say again?
The 14 missile that hit.
Just desync.
Yeah.
Thanks, Marco.
Thanks for confirming, Mago. Okay, what more? We have, okay, Tap is way too away from the fight. Nate Dog also. Okay, we see this situation is very fun to come by for reals. Like, where was this missile aligned to? I think he just sent it down range as in, okay, let's see if it's just do anything at all. But yes, it was waiting for the 120 from X-Man.
Another missile on missile, yeah.
Yep. Novice out here just defending way too far away. He gets out of the fight entirely because of that. Okay, Jaga trying to kill Breeze here. I managed to kill Breeze. So being high and with this enough airspeed did pay off for him for sure this time.
Oh, well, Mach 1.4 is a fantastic speed. In fact, he shoots it at 1.7. No,
here 1.4. That's the initial airspeed.
And 12 miles, and his altitude is fantastic. So, high to low, lots of speed behind it. Yeah, that goes boom.
Yeah. Okay, more of the gimbal shots, as you can see here. Sorry. No, sorry. This is one from Tap downrange. So what DC has always managed to notch the missile. Really, DC is marvelous notching missiles at that distances.
I think the JF-17 has a. I don't fly it. I've flown it, but I don't fly it. Which is a good module. I think the RWR in it also gives you the altitude of the missile, and
really?
I think it's got a larger. I stand corrected. I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, the people rave about the situational awareness of the missile that it's got.
Well, then I have to try it out.
It can help.
Yeah, for sure it does.
So, very good aircraft for every.
You there, mate? You hear me out?
Yep.
Okay, we are just having a bit of disconnection, but it was heard clearly, no problem. Up to this point. Okay, so defense from Riker here. X-Man. Okay, this is the kill. Tap gets killed by DC here. It's sending a 120, 5 miles out. While Tap is just trying to notch that missile, but of course, too close to be notched that missile, and just way too close. And SD-10s are not easy to notch at all. Okay, Aspen. Okay, now in this situation, ETF gets Gunso. Just go. Okay, we are going to get these guys sorted out right now that we have air superiority 4 against 3. I remember this situation. X-Man sending 120 towards No Wheels to keep him up in his toes to know, okay guys, you need to get defensive right now, not at this moment. And we see here a trade-off between the both 14s. Those AIM-9s going nowhere, I'm afraid. But this one from No Wheels connect to Riker. And of course, X-Man and Jaga have enough space to come back. But DC with Fox 2 takes out No Wheels, now with no wings also, and Of course, the X-Man here launches one nowhere, this one toward Nate Dogg, who managed to defend it, but Aspen has enough space to turn back into X-Man, and this one connects. Luckily connects. I mean, this one is very close by, 2 miles out Fox 3, and connect that one, that's hard. That's really hard to see. And this here, with her last Fox 2, takes out X-Man, and now we have a 2-on-1 situation. But Jaga here, I do remember Jaga here just got out of fuel, had to land and got exploded just because, well, when you land no speed, you get killed. That's it. Okay guys, this is the end of Tacview analysis. I will once again give a shout out to Bear, who has been my co-host all this entire fight. Mate, thank you, really thank you for joining me for this fight between ETF and 64. That has been a blast. And I hope that this was a nice experience for your upcoming tournaments. You there, mate? Bear?
Comms check.
5 over 5.
5. Okay, so here we go. Thank you very much for having me, Deliberator. It was super fun to be here. Lovely to watch it. What a great match. What a great result for ETF. Well played to everyone, and thank you for doing such a good stream. Well done.
You too, mate, and thank you for joining me. So guys, for all the viewers, thank you for joining us. We'll be seeing each other on the semi-finals next week, if I'm correct. If not, I'll be sure to check it out. So guys, hope that you get your fun today with this marvelous fight between ETF and 64's Aggressors. And we'll be seeing each other next week. Bye bye, guys.
Later.